Church. Been in the game a decade, not one successful remake, becoming the old head, rugged rapper with supreme aim. Made roads nobody knows about, famous, you know the street names. No PR to play my album when it drops, I got respect as my campaign. Bar for bar, you throw some shots, no police, still gon' get detained. We ain't standing on the level near each other, that shit fake. I just treat them like they kids cause they imagination crank. Merit badges on their jacket, trying to claim they high and rank. My goons gon' get a wrench and bust your head, we still running the block today. We out here acting too ratchet and clank. Them HBs hop out GMCs and hit you with the tools like Harbor Freight. I put you in a stolen truck and roll that bitch into the lake. True crime, that shit, bitches. My lawyer said I had to tell you I'm just kidding, cause court got me doing way too much spinning. Just know I'm done with all y'all shit for real. You better fill me catalog after this long, worth about 100 million. Sick of being sick and tired, now I might fuck around and kill you. Remember, I'm just writing entertainment scripture for some other people. What? Scared of me, ought to be audio. Honestly, when I say the opinions, everyone calling me. Don't give a fuck if a blue chick unfollows me. Bitch, I'm ballin' and you can come swallow me. They call me Nazi, I say that you're not a B. Need to beat one feet, go get it, not from me. Solid commodity, hip-hop anomaly. Up to the church and the Holy Ghost following. I'm the super dude, not my fault. Hip-hop is now a shit game. Shipping different since Wayne made a soundbite out of lit flames. Ain't no real artist out fishing for the quick claim. Fuck a red carpet, tell them roll me out of brick lane. Coming through like Mad Max, got 9 lives on a bad cat. Murders paint the game matte black. I'm a road warrior, don't need math. It's that trailblaze music, redneck hell raised music. Blue collar popping, trunk dumping in a champagne Buick. No Slim Shady, too much barbecue. Plus, everybody know I got the juice like Tom Brady. I'm touching down, patriotic partner chilling in the booth. Paid homage to who need it, and I'm collecting debt from dudes. Gimme. Don't call me asking who, I only talk to people living around my crew. Hey, mother. Fucking I'm about the police when I'm cruising. Hellcat ain't no thing, my dusted boots gon' lose them. Driving skill be something action movie stupid. So many lanes, Bo and Luke couldn't even do it. Hey, fuck it, I ain't worried about the police when I'm cruising. Hellcat ain't no thing, my dusted boots gon' lose them. Driving skill be something action movie stupid. So many lanes, Bo and Luke couldn't even do it. Kalani on the beat, motherfucker.
Okay. Hang on. Now, let me get this crap fixed. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I saw this earlier, but I was going to wait and confirm it. But it looks like the defense is actually going to go with the sheath was planted there. I'm trying to see. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me see. I thought there was a document. That may be why they, because I was not sure why they were going with the whole IGG thing. But this is probably why. Hang on just a second. Let me see. Hang on. Oh, I know what I was doing. Carla posted a thing. Jesus. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, shit.
Ashley, you have to think to yourself, if you were on that jury and they just said in court, oh, it's a tip, that led us to Brian Kohberger and led us to do the cheek swab and then connect the DNA from him to the knife sheath. It was just a tip. You'd have to imagine they would be sitting there wondering, well, what tip was it? How did you get to that point? We've now learned they're not going to find out. That's not going to come in during trial. The judge just ruled on that today. It's been a year, more than a year, that there's been so many court hearings and fights back and forth about the investigative genetic genealogy, the defense trying to poke holes in it, saying that it's unfair, saying that it's not scientifically tested, that it's a new technology that they used. I thought it was going to be a big part of their defense at trial. Apparently not. They've said they don't want to bring it in. The prosecution has said they don't want to bring it in. The judge has agreed, and it's apparently not coming in.
Jesse, I feel like those are several months I will never get back. The pitched battle between the defense and the prosecution under seal, I might add, which drives me even crazier because to me that is secret justice, not American justice. But, you know, when it comes right down to it, Jesse Weber, a swath, you know, of his cheek matches the DNA on the knife sheath. Do we need to even know anything more than that? The DNA on here matches the DNA in that cheek. Does the jury need to know anything more than that?
Probably not, because let me break it down for this. So it is a 5.37 octillion times more likely that is Brian Kohberger's DNA than anybody else. Not a shocker. They're not trying to challenge it. But let's, for argument's sake, take this argument. Okay, it was his DNA on the knife sheath and somebody decided to plant it. Okay, so now you're wondering, how did that happen? How did the DNA get on the knife sheath? Who would want to frame him? And by the way, if this is a plot to really frame Brian Kohberger here, then this is somebody who would also have to make sure that his cell phone turned off at the key times during these murders, that the cell phone pings that were on would track the same movements of his car headed towards and away from the direction of that area, that the car would also have to be in that area at least 4 times that night. And also the assailant would have to dress up and look like somebody like Brian Kohberger, who matched the description from the eyewitness about the bushy eyebrows. So all of these things together would have to be someone framing Brian Kohberger. And call me crazy, but that's...
No, I'm going to call you a fucking idiot because clearly you have fucking lost your mind and have no idea what the fuck is going on in the court. So bye-bye. I can't. I cannot. I'm sorry. I cannot. Okay. Yeah, he didn't. And that dude did not. That's one of them Hollywood people. And he don't know because he ain't read no fucking documents. I don't know. This is why I can't do mainstream media. But I was hoping, Heather, how are they going to prove that was planted, though? I mean, because they're still going to use that cheek swab, right? So how are they going to do this? Help me out here, because I don't know. I don't understand how they're going to do this. I wish Heather's ass would. We're going to get her voice changed or something so she can come up on these same panels instead of having to type it to me. Because I have to ask her how the hell they're going to do this because I really understand. Because if they start talking about that cheek swab and all this bullshit that they're saying here, then people are going to think, I don't know, but help me out. Anybody. You don't have to just be Heather, but wouldn't she, before she come out with something that bold, don't y'all think she's got a way to prove that? I don't know how the hell she's going to prove it. I'm just saying. Anybody? Somebody? Yeah, I don't even think Dylan. Anyway. Okay, hang on, Carla. Where the hell's Heather? There's Meanie. Okay. Oh, well, yeah. That's true, Meanie. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm a dumbass. I saw. Are you talking about? That's what I just played, Carla. The thing from News Nation. Well, I mean, unless they don't let them talk about alternate people, they're going to be bringing up the blood DNA and all that stuff. That I don't know if they tested it or not. I'm still confused about if they have suspects or not. I don't know. What post? Okay, Carla. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Oh, wait, there's another one. Okay, hang on. Uno momento. Sorry, the News Nation people pissed me off because they you know, they can't read documents, so they're just spreading false information, and I can't handle it. We have enough bullshit we have to combat. I can't. I'm not spreading it on my channel. I cannot. Okay.
Murders case says the knife sheath found at the scene may have been planted. That is according to newly released court documents. Brian Koberger is accused of killing Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in November of 2022. The defense plans to argue that the DNA found on that knife sheath, which led investigators to Koberger, does not prove he was at the crime scene. Instead, they claim it could have been planted by the real killer. The defense has repeatedly questioned the legality and accuracy of the DNA testing. The prosecution, on the other hand, says it is prepared to argue that the evidence should be included in the trial. Koberger's trial is set to begin in August. He faces the death penalty if convicted.
Okay. It is, I think this is the right document, y'all. I think. It may not be, but I think it is. Okay. Find my damn Discord. Okay.
Hello, friends. As usual on my channel, I do like to encourage my audience to think outside the box, to step outside of their comfort zone in their thinking a little bit. And the reason I say this is because there has been a lot of new information that's come out. And I can see the wheels in everybody's heads turning towards one EG, okay? But here's what I want to challenge you with. I'd like you to consider that perhaps this is the path the genuine perpetrators and civil authorities in Idaho want us all to go down. And what I mean by that is DNA fabrication. That's what I mean. So let me walk you through it. I always like to encourage principles first thinking. I always like to encourage critical thinking. In order to solve a case like this, you need to outthink them. This is an outthink, outwit scenario. So let me share something with you from the forensic journal Discover Forensics, okay? And this was an article that was published on August 19th, 2009, okay? That's 16 years ago. So as I read this to you, please remember, This article is 16 years old. That's old, man. The last time the article was updated was July of 2023. And again, this is Discover Forensics, okay? The title of the article is Think DNA Can't Be Faked? Think again. And here's what the article says. Israeli scientists have revealed that they can fabricate IgG touch evidence, blood DNA evidence, and saliva DNA evidence samples that doesn't contain DNA from the person who donated the samples, but rather that holds the genetic code of an unrelated person. Theoretically, such samples could end up being used as false DNA evidence, say lead researcher Dan Frumkin. He quotes here from the New York Times, quote, "You can just engineer a crime scene this way. It's a simple process that any biology undergraduate can perform." End quote. Frumkin and his colleagues at the private company Nucleix Incorporated, that's Nucleix Inc., used a particular method to produce fake DNA samples. In this method, technicians take DNA from the hair or spit of an individual and use, now I want you to listen closely now, use a process called DNA amplification to increase and double the sample size of the DNA. Have we heard that anywhere before related to the Idaho 4 case?
When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how.
The profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how.
We don't have any notes. We don't know who did any of the work. We don't have any lab protocols. We don't have any quality assurances. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret.
Moving on, the criminal technicians. I put the word criminal in there. Okay, moving on. The technicians then took blood from another individual and put it through a centrifuge to remove the DNA carrying the white blood cells, leaving behind the red blood cells, which don't carry DNA. They then added to those red blood cells the amplified, doubled in size DNA to the blood sample. And voila, when this engineered blood sample was sent blindly to a leading forensics lab, the analysis detected the DNA of only the original individual, and the lab saw nothing amiss. Frumkin claims that nefarious scientists at universities across the country could keep a library of clone snippets of DNA that could be centrifuged, amplified to double its size, and mixed to match anyone's genetic profile. And I'll end this by just reading that New York Times quote about this one more time. Quote, "It's a simple process that any biology undergraduate can perform." And that really reminds me of something. Doesn't it remind you of something? It reminds me of this.
I really wonder for the American people, honestly. It feels like the politicians are in a cowardice position because their wealth, money, aspects of having lots of money, covering up situations at the school, some kind of power the school has, silencing a student, as if there can't be a terrorist professor. There was. This clad in black man, this 5'10" athletically built man, this older male in his 30s to 40s, a forensics expert, a microbial forensics expert. The fact that he selected that student's DNA, I'm sure he had a lot of samples of DNA in his laboratory.
So this is what I meant at the beginning of the video about wanting to encourage my audience to kind of think outside the box. Are they trying to lead us down this path to investigate this Eric person? You know, perhaps can we consider that there was a slew, right? A gaggle of geese, right? A slew of individuals, a whole bunch of people that they were attempting to pin this crime on.
Let me know what you think at the end, okay? And it's heavily redacted, as you can see, but I'm going to do my best. So on November 22nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m., Blank entered the Blank County Courthouse wearing blue jeans and a gray sweatshirt, carrying a black backpack and a sleeping bag. Mr. Blank requested to speak with a deputy to make a tip regarding a homicide. I, Deputy Blank, advised him that he could report the tip directly to the sheriff's office by contacting Crime Stoppers or Communications. Mr. Blank stated he did not have a phone and he was walking because he had just, quote, hitched rides down here this week from Idaho, end quote. I asked Mr. Blank where the crime occurred and he stated, Moscow, Idaho, where all those kids were killed. I offered to call the Moscow PD and report the tip for him. Mr. Blank provided me with a valid Idaho driver's license number blank. Mr. Blank provided the date of birth, September blank, which matched the date of birth on his license. I called Blank Communications and had them check Mr. Blank for warrants and to verify the info he had provided to me. Mr. Blank did not have any active warrants. I asked Mr. Blank what he believed happened. He stated, I know who killed those 4 kids. They're going to try and pin it on me. I asked him to clarify if he was speaking about the Idaho State University students who were found killed on November 13th. He replied, yep. Then I asked him to name the individuals involved. Mr. Blank reported that Kevin Blank, Allen, Allyn Blank, and Aaron, Erin Blank, participated in the quadruple homicide. That Kevin Blank would have been the perpetrator, but Allen Blank and Aaron Blank were present or participated. Mr. Blank also stated that Kevin Blank drives enduro bikes and that the investigators need to look for motorcycle tracks a distance away from the crime scene because Kevin Blank is known to have committed crimes and left his bike a ways away so he can walk to it, then get away without being recognized. I asked Mr. Blank how he knew that these individuals were responsible for the murders, and he got defensive, stating, I lived in Moscow until last week. I just know they're going to try and frame me. I asked Mr. Blank if he had direct knowledge or had witnessed the crime, and he stated again, the police just need to look real close. Mr. Blank advised me he's homeless, but will be hanging out near the library to use their computers and the area of the courthouse for the foreseeable future. Mr. Blank was very emotionless throughout the duration of this conversation, only showing irritation and anger when speaking about being set up or framed for the murder. Mr. Blank gave no reason for moving to North Carolina and no reason for leaving Idaho, except that he just had to get out of there. I contacted the Moscow PD, and then it lists the phone number at 1:47 p.m. I was given the number for the tip line, then it lists that number, which I called. Then it goes to another page and it's kind of cut off. So I'm going to start where I can see it start from, and it gives just information. And it just makes me wonder, who is this person that went to North Carolina so quickly after the murders? So then it goes on to say, possibly born there. First known record was November 1st, 1986. Blank lives a few blocks from university. Then it goes on to talk about Allen. Allen Blank has used the same social security number as Blank in the past. Allen Blank lives in Pennsylvania. Blank has used a different social security number than his own, but not Allen's. Allen has a connection to Aaron Blank as a possible relative. Used same last name at some point, same age. No ties to Idaho. Aaron, and this is, I think, a girl, Erin. Aaron Blank lives in New Jersey. Aaron Blank reported using different date of births. No ties to Idaho. Kevin Blank, address in Melbourne, Pennsylvania, where Allen has ties, 48 years old. So that's all it says, but have any of you guys seen this? I'm totally curious. I don't recall ever seeing it, and I just found this. So let me know your thoughts.
This is all very disturbing. And really, no matter what the truth is, We need complete freedom to discuss why we are burying our young people in what should be the prime of life. Thank you for watching.
Y'all, I've seen that somewhere before. Somebody else had that too. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. They're not gonna buy that it was just planted. I mean, they're gonna have to hang on a second, y'all. Okay, sorry. That's what I was saying. If they can't, oh my God, I'm fixing to lose my mind. These fucking dogs. If they cannot prove that it was planted, I mean that, and I guess that she will just prove he was somewhere else. I was talking to you, Heather. I was like, how are they going to prove it was planted? But I guess she would just prove that he was somewhere else. Because it's going to, I mean, I don't know how else they would prove it. But that thing that Elle read with whoever that was, that's weird. I mean, I don't know any of those people's names, but that's weird. I've saw it before too. I've heard somebody say something about it. I don't remember who was saying something about it. Heather, have you seen that thing there where the guy went to North Carolina and goes into, okay, it's not real. Okay. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, I just know that I hadn't heard it but once before, and then this dude said it. But I mean, it's just, I don't understand why all these things are coming up. So how are they just gonna prove he was somewhere else, Heather? To prove that was planted, that the sheath was planted? Because they're still going to use that buccal swab thing, aren't they, for the DNA? So the prosecution just gets out of having to explain how they built a tree and shit, and they're just going to say I don't know. I'm so confused at how they're doing this. I don't really understand what they're doing at all, period, clearly. Heather? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to prepare myself for what the hell they're fixing to do, because it's going to be hard. Like, okay, they're still going to use a buccal swab. Heather, help. Are they going to be able to talk about the other DNA though? I don't care about it. Pumpkin pie. It ain't pumpkin pie season, so we ain't worried about no damn pumpkin pie. I want you to tell me what the hell they're going to do, or how they're going to, oh my God. They hadn't ruled on whether they can talk about the other DNA yet, have they? Well, I'm sorry, it's 28 degrees. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me how they're doing this. That's what I want you to tell me. No, but you know everything. Don't act like you don't. Oh my Lord. I'm having panic issues over here. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, what if they don't let them use that though? It's because they're trying. Oh my God. I can't do this. I'm not going to make it through this trial. There's no way. I could never be in Idaho. I'm not going to make it sitting here in Alabama through the shit. So you don't think they're going to eliminate or exclude or what the fuck ever you want to call, take out the other people? Do you think the judge is going to let them talk about that and talk about where Brian's phone was? Yeah, let them use it. You know what I'm saying, Heather. Because, the state didn't want them to use SIRE or, none of that. And they didn't want them to use alternate suspects and none of that. Oh, I thought that's what they were doing. Oh my God, I don't know. I thought that's what they were doing, was they didn't want them to use their experts because it was about Brian's damn alibi thing. But I don't think they're going to get away with that anyway, because that's what that was about. I mean, if they can argue the other people's fucking DNA, that's enough reasonable doubt right there for anybody. Like, by law, that's reasonable doubt enough for them not to convict them. I mean, in any state, I think. That's the part the state don't want mentioned, Heather, the advanced timing records. Yeah, I'm sure they don't. Yeah, because they were supposed to have to take that to the grand jury, because even though they're only one-sided, they're supposed to present them with exculpatory evidence too. Well, I mean, if Ann can get up there and prove her case that they did that with the grand jury in front of the jurors, that was done, then I mean that should. And the thing is they have to testify the exact way of what they said at the grand jury, right, Heather? Because if not, it's perjury, right? But wouldn't that help? Well, okay. What the hell does she need to prove to these people? Well, she don't have to prove anything to them, I guess. You know what I'm saying, though? She just needs to show that Brian was elsewhere, right? I mean, that should fix all of it, right? He wasn't there, so. I'm still trying to figure out what they're doing with the seatbelt ticket, which says he's not there. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure out what they're doing with the seatbelt ticket. But all these exhibits too, though, Heather, like none of them lead to Brian. So all of that is so wild to me. Well, thanks, Heather. That makes me fucking just want to puke. I think you just made my chest get really tight. Oh my God. I'm not going to be able to watch this trial. I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm going to have a fucking panic attack. I'm not playing. I don't think I can do it. I just don't, I don't think I can do it. I mean, how is he, what? Heather, oh my God. And then what? Oh my God. I mean, oh my God, I cannot. There is no way. How can somebody sit? Okay, I cannot. If all them people, they're lying. If every one of them people say that, and this goes, they're lying. Somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. Before they even get there, I'm going to say somebody's lying. Oh, God. Okay, so let me just explain to everybody now. My chest is already very tight. I don't think any of this stuff is funny. So what happens then? I just don't think. Okay, I just don't know, and I'm getting irritated because but okay, but oh my God, Heather. I'm not sure how much more of this true crime shit I can do. What? Are you talking to me, Twiz? I'm finna knock you the fuck out. What are you talking about? I'm trying to figure out. So then what, Heather? You just let them, I mean, what? Oh my God. Well, that's supposed to have a question mark after it. Excuse the shit out of me, Twiz. I'm not worried about that right now. I don't care. You gonna ask me some shit like that when Drunk Turkey was talking about whatever the hell him and Gray was talking about? Oh, y'all was talking about that, and I just asked, was it contagious? Because I didn't want to catch it, whatever the hell they had. That's what I said to that situation. Let me put question marks after this so Twiz will fucking... I swear to God. Oh, that's supposed to say is too. Get over it, Twiz. Well, fuck, I messed that whole thing up, didn't I? There. Is that better? Is that better, Twiz? Is that better? No. Well, I just said I didn't want to catch whatever the hell it was. I asked, was it contagious? I'm not sure what the hell anybody was even talking about they had because I don't pay attention to neither one of them. But whatever it is, if it's contagious, I don't want it. Okay, Heather. No, I don't want to take a joke right now. Right now, I'm having a panic attack because I'm still confused at how. Oh my God. Heather, how can they use? Never mind. I don't. If they're not, never mind. What? Heather. What has me all fired up is she, like Heather just said, and they want to put a man in front of a firing squad and just, oh, it doesn't matter if we made a mistake. Oh, well, he'll just be dead. It's okay. Just, I mean, like, let's just, anyway, I just cannot. I 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 cannot. I'm not going to be able to watch this trial. I'm going to be having a panic attack. There's no way I could not go sit in Idaho. I would not go sit in Idaho. I swear to God, I would not. I don't even want to be that despicable shit going on there. Nope. That stupid university, that stupid town, stupid people. I don't know, but I mean, it's just. Oh my God. Why didn't they investigate the other people? Are they? Oh my God, this is so irritating. So are they just not gonna? Jesus Lord, I'm not gonna make it. Listen, if I was on that jury, I would be at. I don't think these people are right that's on these juries or something. No, but they're going to talk about the cheek swab. So, but they couldn't have got a cheek swab if they wouldn't have got. So, I don't really understand. I really don't understand. But do they know who the blood belongs to? If I was on this jury, my DNA is on those 2 boxes of cereal. I know that. Ew, twist. God. Oh. Gross. Why, Twiz? Why? 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 Just why? Just why? 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 God, that's so gross. Oh my God. Why? 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 Why did you have to say that? That is fucking. Oh God, I'm gonna throw up. Oh my God. I don't even think I've never even slept with 14 fucking guys. So, I mean, I've not slept with that many people my whole life. So I don't know nothing about all that, but okay. Jesus. Lord have mercy. That's just, I can't handle this world. Ew, twist. Oh God. I can't. Oh my God. I'm not going to make it through this trial. This might be the end of my true crime career. It was very short too, because I'm not going to make it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to hit 14 either. I'm in fact, I'm not going to hit that. Yeah, no. Anyway, we're not even talking about it right now, but oh my God. Well, Heather, you make this impossible. Thank you. I don't know. I can't. All this stuff is just a lot. No, I hadn't looked at the Delphi footage. That man, when is he going to get out of jail? I mean, when is the prosecutor going to have to, like, be charged with whatever the hell it's called, hiding evidence, whatever the fuck he did? What Delphi footage? Wait, give me the link, Heather. I was waiting on Heather to give me the link. Yeah, I'm confused by the Luigi case. I don't know if that man is. I don't fucking know what. I can't. I don't know. Okay. Hang on. Well, we don't know. I mean, it looks like the defense is going to basically say the sheath was planted. We don't know that for sure, but that's what it looks like they're going to do, because I was just confused at why. Oh my God. Okay. I'm answering her. I was just confused at why the defense and the state were agreeing on the IGG thing, but I guess that's why. I'm not sure. What the hell did he just say? I swear to God. Hang on a second. I'm going to knock y'all out. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay. Kane, if you don't hang on a damn minute, I'm trying. If you rush me, I can't do a damn thing. Okay.
See, this is the path. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Yes, I saw the double shadow in the picture. Is that the who's? Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm confused. Whose video was that? I mean, who was talking in that video? Was that the girls? I mean, was that their video? Holy fuck. Wait a minute. Hang on. What the hell?
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
You can see. Yes, and you can see two men like on the thing. When she does the hang on a minute. You can oh my god, I'm fixing a panic attack. Hang on. But they didn't like Abby was not acting scared then, was she? She kind of acted like she knew who that was or something. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say she acted like she knew who that was, but that's weird. I don't, that's freaky. That's freaky. Wait a minute. I need to watch this again. Hang on just a second. 'Cause I'm, yeah. So they were going down. So that's weird. That's what I was saying. Yeah. She was talking about. So I wonder if they had. Did they get the stuff they talked about on the internet off the internet? Scroll up. Are you talking about scroll up? Okay, hang on. Girl, hang on a minute. I'm trying to get all my shit together here because my marbles are not configuring right. Hang on a minute. Because the shit we saw was heavily whatever. They edited it. So this is not edited. This is like just plain, like this is bet. Why did they? Never mind. Hell, we're not even going to ask that. The state begins with an I. That's why. Never mind. Just never mind. Hang on. Okay, so hang on. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to share this tab. Okay, let me see. Can y'all see this? Okay. The attorneys representing Mr. Allen continue to receive a considerable number of inquiries and requests for access to public records and exhibits related to the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. In response to similar requests, the court has stated that the exhibits are needed for the production of a transcript if one is requested by the parties, and that fulfilling such request will interrupt the process and guarantee the reporter will be forced to ask the Indiana Court of Appeals for an extension of time to file the transcript. Recognizing the significant public interest in the spirit of transparency, this site will serve as central resource for accessing public records, exhibits, frequently asked questions, and updates on Mr. Allen's post-conviction legal processing. All information will be provided in accordance with Indiana rules on access of court records and Indiana Code 514.3. All right, hang on. We're going to play this again. I got to let Stick Dog in here. They're about to get on nerves. Get the fucking, come on. Come on. Beat y'all that. Get up there and go to bed now. Go to bed. Both of y'all. Fuckers. Okay. Y'all pissing me off now. I'm trying to do something here.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here.
Yeah, that sounds planned to me. Like, I don't know. Yeah, that's planned. Like they had a plan. Like they knew where they were supposed to go or something. Because that's what they were told. And I mean, they're just teenagers. They didn't think anything of whatever, they weren't really talking to some 14-year-old boy or however old they thought he was. How do you play it slow without the sound? Oh, I can turn the, never mind. Shut up, Heather. Hang on. Shit. Wait a minute. Don't answer that, Heather. Just don't answer it. Playback speed. So go to 0.75. We'll go to 0.75. Okay. Yeah, because to me, the one that said, the person that said down the hill to me is not the same person that was coming up from behind them, like behind, oh my God. The other girl, what is her name? Which one's what? I just mixed them up in my head. But anyways, I don't think it was that dude. I think it was the other dude that was on the other side that we couldn't see, that you can see a shadow that said down the hill. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that dude, that whatever his name is, Reese or whatever his name is, I mean, I don't see him live. And then the thing is that Keegan dude is disgusting. I don't know where the hell his dad is, but that Keegan dude is disgusting. And I had already thought something about that man that died of COVID, whatever his name was, that one that his girlfriend said that was him. She told everybody that was him. Oh my God, play it slower. Hang on. I think that's as slow. Well, the next one down is as slow as we can go. So hang on. Let's see. So go to the slowest one we can go to. Do that. Okay. Lord have mercy. I don't know if I can handle this. But they they literally heavy edited the one that they showed everybody. That was stupid of them to do that. Because who is what? Well, maybe he was up close enough to stealing that. I didn't think he had got there yet, but I guess he had. Maybe. Yeah. That is true. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I believe that what that Reese guy, that he was told, I believe that's what happened. Like, I mean, I just do. I don't know where Keegan's dad is, like I said, but I think that's what happened. Come on, see if you died. Y'all don't all come in here at one time. Get these dogs. Yeah, that's just weird. Yeah, that's what we're saying. This is more, if you listen to Abby, I think it's Abby's phone or whichever one. I get confused which one had a phone now, but it's not, they're not being, they were going down that way anyway. Yeah, and the thing is like, I don't know that it was, I don't think it was like all the Odinists getting together and doing some ritual. I think that the guy's a pervert that did it, that lived in that house. And so is Keegan Klein, and so is his dad. And he was in Odinism anyway. That dude was, whatever his name is. I can't remember his name. He died of COVID, whatever his name is. But he was part of that anyways. So, I mean, that's probably what they do. But it makes sense. Like, it was, I don't know why the FBI, like, Keegan Klein don't even live in that town, right? And his dad don't, but they were there. Like, all of that shit makes sense to me. And Keegan is the one that talked to one of the girls on the computer the night before, isn't he? Fucking child pornography. That is so disgusting. And that's just gross. Okay, yeah, he spoke to them today. So, like, I don't even understand how they got on the Richard Allen thing and how they got off of Keegan Klein and all this crap anyway. They had to have done that on purpose because, I mean, that was just stupid. Yeah, I don't think, like, he did say go down the hill, but they were already going down the hill anyway. Like, they were already going down the hill. So it's like it was planned. They were told where to go or whatever. But she was saying there wasn't a path. So apparently they were told there was a path or something, and there was not a path. But they weren't acting scared at that point. I mean, not to me. Because they're kids and they're not thinking they're in danger. That's the thing. This is the thing that we have to look when we look at this and see how innocent even 13 and 14-year-old girl are. They had no idea what was about to happen to them. None whatsoever. None. Like, you can tell that right there. That's what breaks my heart. Those two girls had no fucking clue what was coming. And that makes me want to puke. That is awful. I mean, that really breaks my heart. Yeah. And the thing is, that right there shows those girls literally had no idea. None whatsoever. And that's scary to me. That's very scary. And anybody that has 13 and 14-year-old kids, I mean, I hate to tell you to scare them, but this video is something that I would show them. I mean, and nowadays it's what you got to do a lot of times. Those girls had no idea. Talking to somebody on the internet that they thought was whatever, a kid. That is so sick. I'm still trying to figure out what they're going to do about that confession. Like, they're going to have to do something. And the thing is, the damn prosecutor did not even write back saying, no, he didn't get a letter. What he wrote the Richard Allen's lawyer back and said is, basically, you could have went down that path. You didn't go down that path. You can't go down it now. So he's being a smart ass, saying it don't matter if I have the letters or not. It's not going to matter. You can't do nothing, which is a damn lie, because that's even if he didn't have to go down that path, that's exculpatory evidence and you have to give it over. You don't get to make the decision whether it's exculpatory or not. And that's what that's the point I was making when all these people tell me that the prosecution's got way more than defense knows about. No, the fuck they can't. They can't use it. You cannot do that. You have to turn everything over. Whether you think it's relevant or not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm sure they have more help. Yeah, I agree with that too. But I'm saying though, if you look at those girls, they were not scared when they were doing that right there. You can tell that they were not really scared because they're 13 and 14-year-old girls. You know, they're innocent, like little girls, you know what I'm saying? But then you really realize how scary that shit is when I watch that and hear her, like they had no idea what the hell was going to happen to them. And that makes me like, it takes my breath. That's scary, very scary. And for anybody that's got teenage kids, boys, girls, it don't matter. That shit's scary. That shit is scary. I know these kids don't like to answer questions sometimes, but to me, in my opinion, 13 and 14-year-olds shouldn't even go to bed with their phone. If they have a phone and they're 13 because they need it for school, the damn thing should go with their parents whenever they go to bed. But that's just my opinion. That's just the way I feel about it nowadays. I mean, yeah. And that prosecutor knew that man. I think he knew. Anyway, I just can't. But I mean, and literally, we have a damn prosecutor that is out in the open, basically, like, all but said he has exculpatory evidence, but didn't hand it over. Oh, yeah, Sandra Birchmore, that right there got to me. All of them get to me. These are 13 and 14-year-old girls, okay? And even the Idaho, to me, they're all kids. It doesn't matter, really, their age. Nobody should. Anyway, but Sandra Birchmore got to me bad, especially after I read what that man said. I just want 5 minutes with that man. Just 5 minutes. That's all I need. I cannot. I will never forget the meme he had that said he wanted to kill somebody that nobody gave a fuck about. That is implanted in my head because I am that bitch. Okay. So that right there really bothered me. It bothered me. I'm glad that she's getting justice, but it makes me real mad that we couldn't get her justice and she had to go out the way she did. But that meme, look, the way that man did her, I cannot. That is a very bad trigger thing for me. A very bad trigger thing for me. And that shit right there, like, oh my God. I cannot. That is a sick man. That is worse than a sick man. That is an evil, sadistic. I don't have the words for that. Like, I can't. I don't. He knew that girl didn't have nobody. You know what I mean? Like, he knew that girl didn't have nobody, and he did like that. I cannot. I want to go beat his ass. Like, I really do. I want then give me 5 minutes and a baseball bat, and just let me have 5 minutes to do whatever I want to do. Yeah, I don't see him talking about that neither. Okay. Okay, sorry, y'all. Anyway. Well, I mean, the thing with Sandra Birchmore is if there wouldn't have been attention put on it, it would have never been investigated. And this man was bragging about doing it, basically. Like, he was bragging. Other people knew he did it. I mean, and he was bragging about it. He really thought he was going to get away with it. He just thought nobody gave a shit about her. She didn't have any family, and he could do that. And what people don't understand is, because most people have some kind of family, when you do not have any kind of family, I'm that person. This is how I know this. It is a very vulnerable world out there. I don't trust anybody. Know where I'm at. Because I never lived with anybody. Even if I did, I wouldn't trust them neither. But I'm saying, though, like, usually you have somebody that gives a shit about you. When you don't, you just live. Yeah. It's a different type of world. We don't know what Daniel's talking about. Like I said, whatever Daniel and Gray was talking about, everybody's talking about they had it. I said, whatever it is, I hope it's not contagious. I don't want it. We don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know neither. But like I said, I hope it's not contagious. I don't want it. I'm going to stay away. That's what I'm going to do. I don't know nothing about all that. But I don't even look. I can't. It's, yeah. And how would they get it? Hey, Robert. Okay. Good night. How would Daniel get it? Why would they give it to Daniel? I mean, what the fuck is he so special about? Come the fuck on. How does he get something nobody else has got? Like, that's so stupid. I cannot. Maybe they need to feel special or something. I don't know. But I cannot. Like I said, whatever they got, I don't want it. I don't want to catch it. It's probably contagious. They can keep it over there. I'm good. Shit. They drinking the same water that fucking in Idaho and Indiana. I don't fucking know. They doing something. They getting shipments of the shit sent to them. Something. Gotta be. That's a cop out. Love you too, Robert. That's a cop out. Why the fuck would the anyway? I cannot. Who the fuck? I want to know who gave it to them. Okay, where did they get it from? They just good like that. They just good like that. I don't think any fucking way. Again, I would rather have 20 viewers than have 2,000 and be telling them some bullshit. That's just stupid. Anyway, I cannot. I don't see that. I cannot. I cannot. Why do adults lie? Like, why do adults lie? You don't know who Sandra Birchmore is, Jeff? Well, I would research that if I was you. It's sad. More people should really know who she is. So I just don't understand what the point is. To get more people to be on YouTube to watch you? I mean, then you got to keep up with the lie. Like, what are you going to say? You just don't say nothing and you block people whenever you get caught up in it and somebody calls you out. So then you're blocking people because they're calling you out. I don't block people because of that. I block people because, like, literally, they just won't stop or they're being mean. I mean, well, I mean, it's up to them if they're going to lie. That's their issue that they're going to have to deal with. But okay, Robert, like I said, you need to, whatever time you feel like you need to take, that's what you need to do. And the other thing is, it's disrespectful to the families to do that. It's disrespectful to the kids that are dead to do that. They're adults, but adult kids that are dead that do that. It's not helping anything. And I don't think the audio is going to help anybody understand anything any different than them passing the fucking phone around. And in my opinion, and it is my opinion, if you're passing the phone around like that and you're not freaking out that your friend, your roommate, even if you didn't all the way like them, even if you had been in an argument with them, anybody that you see in that condition, because it was a that condition thing. It was not a, oh, I think she's passed out. Oh, no, that's why y'all passing the phone around, because nobody wants to say what needs to be said or else. And the fact that they're not hyperventilating upset is another thing. Like, they're passing the phone around. If you study that, they're not going to pass the phone around. Like, the person on the phone is going to be, I mean, it was just, I don't know. Okay. In my opinion, they knew they were the way they were. And they had time to let it sit with them enough to be able to do whatever they were doing. I mean, I don't know what they did. I can't say what they did. I don't know. But it was not this. I don't know. The fact that Dylan called her dad or texted her dad right before, like, all of that bothers me. I'm sorry. Maybe it's absolutely nothing. The fact that she texts that driver, all of that. All of that bothers me. To me, they were sitting beside each other during them texts. Them texts were rehearsed, a bad script play. That's just the way I feel about it. What do you mean hear what they heard? On the 911 call? Yeah, because I don't think that we'll hear anything on that call. Oh, yeah. I want to know who they called, like in between those texts, or who they called, or if they called anybody. They didn't have to check for a fucking pulse. They didn't have to check for a pulse. They knew they didn't need to do CPR, in my opinion. You're shitting me. God, I cannot. I mean, I can fucking absolutely not. Can fucking absolutely just am not. Am fucking not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I cannot. I don't. I don't know. I don't know, damn it. I can't. Even if you don't like a person, if you see somebody that has been stabbed, I don't even know what that looks like. Okay. I can only imagine. But even if you don't like somebody, if you see this kind, they had time to prepare, to calm themselves down and everything else. And maybe that's what they did. Maybe I don't know. You know what I mean? I have no idea. But Dylan calling her dad or texting her dad, anyway. As soon as the cop got there, the man said, I think we have a homicide. And I think the only reason he said he thinks they have a homicide is because he was in shock. Okay, he sounded more in shock. I know we couldn't hear the voice, but then the fucking people there. Like, no, actually, you have 4, dude. You just don't know it yet. You don't have 1. You don't have a homicide. You have a homicides. And that's plural. And there's 4 of them. So, and I do think there was enough cops in there trying to figure out how the fuck they did not know, like, what is really going on here. I do think there was a couple of them that was thinking that. I'm almost sure there was. You know, there was probably a lot going through their head. But the other issue is, if it messed those cops up like that, never mind, I'm not even going to say that because somebody's going to come back and say, well, how do you know? Da, 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 da. Well, how do we know? Because Dylan's dad's interview and the next week she's out partying. Like, he's trying to make it, he tried too hard to make her seem like she was isolating. Like, they're not fucked up. Grown ass police officers were fucked up. These kids are not fucked up. I can't. I mean, what? I can't. I'm sorry. I mean, the thing is like, we have nightmares about this case. I mean, I have nightmares about this case. And I'm not saying those girls don't have anything. I'm just saying that the actions of Dylan's dad, literally the reason I told Kane to play that interview is because the next week is when, if y'all remember, JLR found that social media post of Dylan's friend's mom that posted the picture of them partying and said that, hang on, shut up, and said that Dylan had been isolated. I mean, no, her dad said in that interview a week before the picture come out that JLR found that picture on social media, whoever her friend's mom was, that said, she said that Dylan was drunk or fucking high or whatever and did not know what was going on. But her dad come out a week before that. That's the interview Kane was reading on his page the other night, saying that Dylan was self-isolating. She had gotten bullied so much that she was staying out of the public eye. No, fuck, she wasn't. She was at school. She was in Boise at school. She was not staying out of the public eye. She was not staying at home gaming. She was fucking partying, which is fine. That doesn't matter. My issue with the whole point is, why in the fuck did you make such a big deal to go into graphic detail about how she was self-isolating, and the next week that comes out? The woman redacted the picture and redacted her comment and everything else. But the problem is not that she was out doing that her dad made such a fucking big deal that she was not doing that. Why? Why would an adult father make a big deal that his daughter was self-isolating, and that's not even what's been going on? How long has she been back in school, you know? I mean, I know he loves her, but are you helping your kid by saying that she's self-isolating if she's out partying? Because if they find out, then that's going to make it worse. So I'm just trying to figure out why. Yeah, I mean, even if she was partying, she's a kid. Like, if she didn't do anything, then you know what I mean? Whatever. But the thing is like, her dad and then it was, or the reporter, whatever, they just made it too weird about it. Just way too weird. Well, I think her dad, I'm not going to say that. Her dad is not had the best background himself. And that's my whole issue with calling him or texting him 15 minutes before that they called 911. You know, she should have called him the night before, maybe, maybe. But that's what I'm saying. It would be very interesting to find out who they called. If they called anybody, like the only thing we know is them texting each other, texting Kaylee, Maddie, calling Kaylee, Maddie, all that. But I want to know what it's really not none of our business, I guess. But I would like to know, or somebody to know, Ann Taylor, somebody to know who they called, who they text, who else they called and text. Because if they did a forensic download of their phones, it means they thought they erased shit. And to get that, that's why they did that. Because you have to do a forensic download. That's what people don't understand. You can't take shit off your phone. Like there's still ways to get it. And that's the way they got it. And they specifically said forensic download. So they got stuff probably that they erased. But my other thing is, if they would have called 911 when all that was going on, would any of them have lived even long enough to give some kind of description, a better description, to say if they knew who the person was, to do anything, or lived, just lived, whatever? But, I mean, I know that sounds graphic. I should have said trigger warning, sorry. It's late, But well, I'm saying I don't know if it's our business who they were talking to. Like, I don't care if I know it, but the people that need to know it need to know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, I don't know if that's our business or not, who they talk to on the phone. I guess it could be if it's relevant. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that the people that need to get it is, well, yeah, I'm saying though, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I want the people that need to get it, because the thing is they're not releasing that for whatever reason too. And that's important. Who they called, who they talked to, what they talked about, all of that is important. But I will say this, the police lied on Dylan. I mean, they put in the affidavit stuff. She didn't say that stuff. Like, they added to it and they didn't put everything she said, and that's not her fault. She cannot help what was put in that report, period. Because I know somebody was bitching about it. I was like, y'all, she cannot help what was put in that fucking affidavit thing. The affidavit, David. God, I can't even talk now. The damn PCA. She can't help what was put in there. The police did that. No, I don't think they slept at all. I didn't see where Ann Taylor was reading her thing. I didn't see where Dylan said she was awoke from the dog or anything. You know what I mean? So I just wonder, some of that stuff, I don't even know if she said. Yeah, I mean, if we find out that that's the word for word what she said, but it seems to me like the police added stuff or left stuff out, like, because they did not put in the PCA where she said that she wasn't sure, she thought she was dreaming, and they should have put that in there. I mean, they made it sound like she was steady on everything she said, and I don't think she was. I think it was confusing. About like we are now. But see, the thing is whatever she testified to at grand jury, she's going to have to testify to at trial because it can be perjury if you don't. So, I mean, that's going to be the thing. And did Bethany testify at grand jury? Because we still don't have her, and the only thing I can think is exculpatory, and that's why they didn't put her stuff in the PCA. But that's a Brady violation, they say. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen if she pleads the fifth. That don't look good. I don't know what happens if you plead the fifth. You don't have to talk, but that doesn't look. I mean, that's not going to look good. The other issue is Idaho has a law about calling 911. And from what they've released to us, they knew something dangerous happened in that house. So I'm just trying to figure out that one because they knew that something happened in that house, in my opinion. So I'm not sure how they're getting out of that one because Idaho has a law. I guess it states like something if you know that somebody's been hurt or you know that there's something, whatever, you have to call. And they didn't call. So that, or Bethany was threatened because her statement don't match Dylan's, and she, you know what I mean? Like that may be why she's scared to come back too, because they want her to. Bethany saw an intruder? What the hell? Wait a minute. Yeah, they both, there's no way they didn't hear. Yeah, that's my point. And I just don't understand about these pranks. Like, who the fuck, anyway. I don't know. Hang on, y'all. Okay. I don't think Dylan saw anything that she said she saw, y'all, in my opinion. She gathered up things that was around that house in her head and said she saw it. Because they know like shit there's more than one person. So I don't think Dylan saw anything that she said she saw as far as whatever the fuck all that good shit is. I don't think she saw that. But I could be wrong. I'm just saying I don't think that's what she saw. But I don't know what she saw. So, I really shouldn't say that, I don't guess. But I just don't think, because that matches up too much to just one person being in the house to do it. And I don't think there was just one person in the house to do it. So I don't think that's what she saw. And I don't give a fuck. If I saw somebody in a mask, I cannot. I'm not even, whatever. I bet you my ass ain't going downstairs and staying in that motherfucking house. If I ain't calling the police, I'm calling somebody. My daddy, my mama, Jesus, some fucking body, my boyfriend, somebody, some fucking body, somebody. And I'm getting the fuck up out of the house. And I'm going to be loud as fuck when I'm leaving that fucking house with all these neighbors around me. And I'm going to, no, what the fuck? Not a fucking ninja mask. And you ain't wearing who the fuck wears a mask to somebody's house? The hell you say, teenagers? No, the fuck they ain't. They was probably licking on each other the night before, so what the fuck does it matter if they had on a mask? Hell. Jesus. Man. I'm just saying, I mean, they're kids, like, they're young adults, whatever. They're fucking got tongues down each other's throat, everything else. They ain't wearing no fucking mask like that. They are not doing that. They just ain't. They didn't have no mask on at them damn parties or nothing. Yeah, 8 hours is too long to figure it out. I don't know. I just cannot. Yeah. And she saw somebody that was not white that she wanted to convince herself was white. In my opinion. Yeah, I'm not staying in a house where I'm scared for 8 hours. In a house where I think something horrific just happened. What if they come back? What if that's just like that targeted thing, them lifting the thing saying because it was targeted. Just because it was targeted, how do you know there's not more people targeted, you dumbasses? Like, okay, it could be these people targeted and somebody else. So, you know what I mean? Like, you can't guarantee nobody else is targeted. You don't know that nobody else is targeted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They knew. And they knew because the 911 call tells us they knew. Because they are not freaking out. They literally are passing the phone around. And one of them wants to go ahead and get what they've rehearsed out of their mouth so they can just be done with it. Can I just tell you what happened? Yes, bitch. I mean, sorry. Excuse me. Yes, dear. We're still waiting on somebody to tell us what the fuck happened. But can I just tell you what happened? Tells me that I need to go ahead and get this out while I can remember it. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you what I would have said when I was that age if I was trying to do that. Ain't nobody passed out. Ain't nobody passed out. They were talking about Xana. Ain't nobody passed out. Not one of them passed out. They was passing the phone around. I know that they said that. I know, but they're full of it. Nobody didn't pass out. Didn't look like nobody's passed out. They're talking about Xana being passed out. And they did not think Xana was passed the fuck out. Okay. Them describing her fingers to me, her dad describing her fingers to me, tells me that they did not think Xana was just passed the fuck out. They knew that, I mean, that's ridiculous. And then the cop comes in and says, this is going to be a homicide, basically. What I'm saying is, I know that they were saying that one of the roommates passed out. But what we learned was, they were saying Xana was passed out and was not waking up, which is total fuck shit. I'm sorry. I'm calling it. I don't care. I don't think I'm going to have to apologize. If I do, I'll swallow the whole crow and then one. Okay? Whole. I'll just fucking not even chew it. I'll just swallow it. But I don't think I'm going to have to. Because I can't. Oh, Jesus God Almighty, no. They did not answer the motherfucking phone. They did not answer the phone. Kaylee, are you okay? Kaylee, are you okay? Kaylee, answer me. Maddie. Nobody answered the phone. No, they're not okay. Shit. No, they're not fucking okay. You don't wait 8 hours. What the fuck do you mean you went to sleep? Fuck that. I don't care. Everybody can get mad. Get mad, get mad, get mad, get mad. Fuck that. That is not. 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 That's why it went back and forth about if they called them or not. That's why Steve, let me not say her. That's why some of the parents, I think, said that, no, nobody called Kaylee and them. Yes, they did. Yes, she did. And even after she did, and she didn't get a motherfucking answer, then is when she should have called somebody over. If she didn't want to go up there and see if they were okay, then you should have called somebody over. What the fuck ever. I mean, I just cannot. Like, you don't call your friends, or even if they're not your friends, shit, they're your roommates, whatever they are. You called them more than once. You're worried about them. They did not answer. You're just turning over, going to sleep. Man, no the fuck you're not. I mean, I cannot. I don't even know why anybody tries to even go there. That does not, that's stupid as fuck. That's stupid. If I wasn't getting up, I'd send somebody. Oh, Jesus. You just heard what you heard, and you ain't going to tell me you didn't hear nothing. You heard all that shit. They're not answering the phone. You don't know nothing? You a damn liar. I don't give a shit. And if you was fucked up, you ain't fucked up no more, because your ass, it would, anyway, I cannot. I'm not even going to sit here and pretend or try to make an excuse, because I sound more stupid trying to make a fucking excuse for something that we literally read that they did and then didn't do nothing than anything. I can't make an excuse for them. There's not an excuse to make, because there just is not one. No, I'm not saying they did it. And they might not even known exactly how it went down, but they knew something went down. Well, Viviana's blocked for me, but if she can find me, I'll just be the asshole. But you better lock your doors. You ain't safe. You ain't safe, bitch. You ain't safe. You ain't safe. Now, shit. And I don't care. I mean, that's just the gist of it. I'm going to find a damn song. That's where I got it from. Probably got a copyright thing to it, but I'm finna play it. Just that part, because that's where I got it from. Hang on a minute. You know what? I got a question for Viv. Viv, do you have kids? I hope she does listen to this. Let me ask you this. If your ass had kids, and they had roommates that fucking called them, and they didn't answer, and they heard all of that going on, you know, which that, and I'm not even going to say that they don't have trauma. You know what I mean? I understand that, but wouldn't it be more traumatic to lay there thinking that you could save somebody and you didn't even fucking do anything? They just died and we don't know how long they were alive, because still nobody's told us how long they were alive after, you know. No, nobody's told us that. And that's what bothers me. What bothers me is, that's what bothers me. If they were that traumatized, they would have got the fuck up out of there. And I'm not accusing them of doing the deed. I'm not accusing them of, maybe they don't know who did it. I personally think that people knew who was in the house, but, you know, and even if they did, they could threaten them. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean? That could be the whole issue. We don't know, but at some point it's going to have to be told or something. I don't give a shit if you want to call 911. It's illegal not to call 911. But if they're not calling 911, call your daddy, call your mama, call their daddy and mama, call their cousin, call Jesus, call anybody. Anybody. I don't ever want to say that those girls, like, I don't want them to know. I hope they don't know shit. I hope to fuck neither one of those girls know anything, because they are so young to have to go through life like that. I don't want them to know anything. I don't want them to be involved at all. At all. Like, I beg for them not to be. Please don't let them. Please let me be wrong. Like, let me be wrong. I don't want them to. I mean, who the hell wants them to go through that? When they heard what was going on, they should have called. Whether they thought it was a prank, you don't think that's a prank. Listen, they ain't never had a prank go down like that before. I mean, I really do hope that if Dylan knows that it was not Brian Koberger or Bethany, I hope they come out and say, look, y'all, this isn't it's not, this man did not do this. You know what I mean? Like, that he did not do this. And that's really what I hope happens. I hope that it gets broke down to where they cannot help but just to tell the truth. That my whole thing about this whole trial is I hope that whenever whoever gets up there talking, I don't care who it is, anything they go to say, if it's not the truth, then their tongues twist up and the only thing that comes out of their mouth is the truth, period. Whatever that truth is. Because like I said, kids are not innocent. Just because Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan are passed does not mean that everything they did was right. However, I don't care if they were dressed up like sluts every night at the stop sign, having sex with 15 different people. Nobody deserves to go out like that. And it's not anybody's right to take somebody out like that. I don't care what they were doing. Unless they were chopping up people themselves, which I don't think they were doing, then it does not matter. I don't care. We might have to go down dark alleys to see the truth, but I'm not going down those dark alleys to say, oh, look what Kaylee was doing or Maddie was doing. I don't care. I don't care. They were young girl, whatever. People do stupid shit. Who cares? I'm not doing it to expose that. I'm doing it to find the damn truth, because that's what everybody deserves, is to know. The kids deserve that. They deserve the correct justice. They're not here now, so trying to tell them what they did before was wrong. They can see that now. They don't need nobody to tell them that. God done. They passed us on that. They good. So I don't think they're ashamed. You know what I mean? Like their parents or whatever, maybe. And that's why I try to be careful on what we do find out and expose, because there's certain things that if it doesn't have anything to do with it, then it doesn't need to be exposed just to embarrass somebody or make something whatever. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is I don't think those kids, just like Abby and Libby, I don't think that they knew how deep or whatever. I don't think that they realized. Because I think they thought that somebody would protect them, the university or somebody. And what they found was that town, that university, and that's what makes me mad. Like, they don't give a shit. I mean, and basically, they said they don't give a shit. To me, that's just the way they've acted. I cannot stand that place. I cannot stand that school. I cannot. Yeah, nothing. I think so too. I think so too. And that's what I'm saying. Trying to get to the bottom of Dylan and Bethany's thing is not me trying to front them out. We got to go somewhere to figure out. I mean, there's something has got to give. Yeah, it is. You're right, Heather. And if they were directed not to call, I want to know who the fuck directed them not to call. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then they were directed not to call. They were directed to do something else. If these girls were told to do something else or whatever, somebody needs to know that. The other issue was there was that unmarked civilian car that they're saying was an undercover car, but it was a civilian car that had police right there. I can't. Never mind. There's just questions I have about all of that. None of that makes sense to me. I can't make it make sense. I don't know. Yeah, and they paid $1 million for the house. I'm telling y'all. I've had people argue with me about that, and I don't give a shit in hell what anybody says. They paid for the house to tear down. Because somebody's got something over on somebody else's head. They can blackmail them. They got money to pay somebody off and everything else. And that's what drives me nuts. That's what I said. I'm going to live my truth. Where I fuck up, I'm going to tell somebody, because ain't nobody blackmailing me with my truth. They're just not. Like, I will tell everybody where I fuck up. It's one of them things, whatever. I mean, yeah, I can't. I don't. That's why I can't watch them. And I'm not being mean. I just don't. I just take their thumbnails and literally say, "Don't show me this shit again," because I cannot. Because I don't understand what they're saying. I don't. That's just like with mainstream media earlier. I got mad because all they're doing is repeating shit that's not true. It's not true. And I mean, why are you doing? Y'all don't read the fucking documents? Like, what? Oh yeah, me and Heather said Steve was being blackmailed. Yeah, I think he's being blackmailed. I think he got too close to the truth or something, and they didn't want him to, and there's something going on. I mean, they could be threatening his kids or anything. There ain't no telling. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's just about money in this case. I think it's got to do with other stuff. Heather. Regardless if he knows it or not. That'd be some fucked up stuff. Lord have mercy. Lord, Lord, Lord. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Heather, on this, didn't you say, wait the hell a minute? Wait a minute. Where's the, I thought they were putting updates on this Rick Allen page, Justice for Rick Allen. Is there anything else on it, or is this the only thing on it? Heather, has Doug Wilson put up new stuff? Which I don't know why I watch it, because I still don't fucking understand it. I always have to ask you what the hell he's talking about. Toes. Oh my God, y'all, I hate feet. I know who you're talking about, though. All right, I know you got the link to his shit, so go ahead and put it in here so we can valley over. Oh, well, yeah, this has definitely got a political aspect to it. Heather, can you explain Fry, though? All that stuff. Never mind. Okay, that's too much for me right now. Toes has got some stuff that he put out too, don't he? Hang on, let me. Me too. No, I think me too. That's me. I mean, yeah. Morse code, yeah. Anything. That's what I was saying. I mean, if I was dealing my mama, if she was who she was, you know what I'm saying? Like, she would have been asking me a million questions. I mean, she really would have. She would have. That's, I don't know. Okay, who is this, Heather? Oh, God. Wow. Hold on a moment, though, y'all. Oh, this is no quarter November. I just love these because I don't understand a shitting thing, but I'll try. Oh, this is just the trailer. Heather just likes the fucking fire stuff on this thing. Hang on a minute. And I told anybody that buys her one of these things, they have to sign a waiver saying they're responsible for whatever the fuck she catches on fire.
Hi, I'm Douglas Wilson. This is November 1st, 2018, and I wanted to explain to you what is meant by this no quarter November business that we're doing at Blog and Mablog in conjunction with our good friends at Canon Press. What I wanted to do is depart from my usual pattern of being balanced and reasonable. We thought it would be a good idea to try to go through November with a series of blog posts touching on subjects of controversy. The intention is to simply state the truth without qualification and see how the general public likes them apples. I think this is a necessary approach. I think we need to do this because as one of our local football coaches here in the Palouse puts it, we need to find and unleash our inner pirate. And that's the problem with Reformed evangelicals these days. It's not the job of the preacher to be a firefighter out in the world. We're not supposed to be running around putting out other people's fires. We're supposed to be arsonists in the world. So throughout the course of November 2018, check in to Blog and Mablog, dougwills.com. And if you see a post that has no quarter November in the tag, or it has a piratical flag of some sort, if you see one of those, it indicates that there will be some sort of unvarnished, unqualified, piratical behavior and free books. Well, I got to get home for dinner.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of
Well, hello there, neighbor. Welcome to No Quarter November.
Which one's 2019? Yeah, live stream anyway. Oh. Yes, I see the bio.
Hi, I'm Douglas Wilson. Welcome back to No Quarter November. What is No Quarter November, you may ask? Basic concept is that we have gotten a little soft in these decaying times of ours, and there comes a time when every good-hearted Christian wants to hoist the Jolly Roger and just go to war with the world, right? And I think that is an admirable sentiment that needs to be cultivated more. Some people might say, isn't pastoral piracy or a pastoral approach to these things a little antinomian? But no, I prefer to think of it as piratical theonomy. So what I hope to do is post a couple of times a week where I simply dissect something or assault it or discipline it with a canoe paddle, something like that, and give no qualifications at all. This is the way you ought to be thinking and praying. I hope you can expect that by December 1, everything will be all better, and these sorts of things will become completely unnecessary. I hope you enjoy.
Kisses her, sing the song if you be his prophet. Black swan with the boy sling. Came alone, bringing stones, no fear about a skull and bones. You better beware. Wash these sins so we fight like we don't care. Praying for trouble, making sparks in the fire on. Water the altar, but it's still gonna light up.
What about the negative side that we should look out for, or the red flags when we're dating someone? What would you suggest to look out for?
Welcome to No Quarter November. Thanks for coming back. You know, thoughtful criminals through the ages have known that one of the things you need to do after you're done with your crimes is destroy the evidence, destroy any evidence that you've been there or that you had anything to do with it. And we should also point out that I'm not a criminal, but I am, however, a thought criminal. I'm afraid that in this beloved truck of mine, in this truck, I have committed many thought crimes. These thought crimes have been the sorts of things that have drawn the ire of people all over the world. The thing you want to do is make sure that your thought crimes are not thought crimes in the eyes of God, but rather simply in the eyes of man. So then, you don't want to be guilty of thought crimes as far as God is concerned. You want to be approved by God. But you do want to be guilty of thought crimes, the kind of thought crimes that Amazon and Facebook and Twitter and all our thought leaders, thought cattle prodders, thought regulators approve of. You want a metaphor for Western culture right now? There you go. What you're going to get through No Quarter November, or as we're calling it now, mostly Peaceful November, is the truth. Unvarnished truth, unpolished truth, unqualified truth, just putting it out there.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
The truth is, behind closed doors, the P word became my secret sin at age 10.
Welcome to No Quarter November. My name is Douglas Wilson. I'm glad you decided to join us. Now, some people want to know, what is it about November that makes us want to burn things? What's with that? There's a little libation for those evangelicals who think I ought not to be drinking stuff like that. The reason we're doing this is not that we think that there's a moral obligation that we have to be incendiary, because we don't have a moral obligation to be incendiary. What we're saying is that the world has mysteriously, for some bizarre reason, become flammable. So the world is flammable. Everything catches fire these days. All you have to do is say something like white babies, or something like men shouldn't have sex with unstable women. Things that would have gone past without comment in a saner time. But we don't live in a sane time. We're not incendiary people here at Cannon Press. We are ordinary people, normal people, in a flammable time. And that explains why things burn in November. The basic point of No Quarter November on my blog is that normally, 11 months out of the year, when I say outrageous things or things that I know that people will take as outrageous, I make a point of qualifying it. I call it, it's not always in the second paragraph, but I call it the second paragraph rule, where I say, now, when I say this, I'm not saying this and that and the other thing. I qualify, and I qualify, and I qualify. And nobody pays the slightest bit of attention to my qualifications. And so I decided a few years ago that let's see what happens when I don't qualify anything. If I just speak the truth, what happens then? Well, check in No Quarter November, and you'll see what happens then. My exhortation to all of you is that if it seems like everything's gone nuts, if it seems like the world's on fire, just keep doing what you're supposed to be doing. Just stay with whatever your plans were. Keep doing what you ought to be doing. Stay at your post. Ignore the world. See? Well, I got to get home for dinner.
Did he do them for 2024? I don't see them. Okay, hang on. Oh, there it is for 2024. I'm an idiot. Sorry.
If you're using ChatGPT but don't know how to monetize it, watch this video to the end. All right, step 1.
Hey, I'm Douglas Wilson. Welcome to No Quarter November. This is NQNQ. That stands for No Quarter November Quinquennial. That's because this is our 5th year of doing this. So, what's No Quarter November all about? Well, for 11 months out of the year, on my blog and in other places, I am the voice of sweet reason. I always qualify. And one of the things I've discovered is that those qualifications and nuances are diligently ignored. I've determined that being nuanced and balanced like that doesn't do me any good at all. And nobody notices, nobody pays attention. So we decided 5 years ago that we were going to start leaving the balance and the nuance and the subtlety out of it. We're not going to qualify anything. So for the month of November, I'm just going to tell you what I think. Now, I'm 69 years old, and that means next year in November, I'll be 70, and I'll be able to tell you what I really think. A number of our critics wonder what we have, what's the thing we have about fire? Why do we burn things? Well, I would want to observe, somewhat mildly, that we're not the ones burning the world down. The world's burning down, and we're simply observing that that's what's happening. Over the course of November, one of the things we do is we're going to be giving away a boatload of free books. There's going to be a lot of new content dropping on Canon Plus. The discount code for the month of November is NQNQ. It could be pronounced Nink Nink or Yum Yum.
I still don't understand. Why is he burning everything? Okay, hang on. Okay. I don't see 2023. Go. Wait a minute. What? Do you see 2023, Heather? Because I do not. All right.
Your success with your job, you have a job. Let that be your second.
Welcome back to No Quarter November. For 11 months out of the year, I'm notoriously timid, as cautious and as polite as a Southern Baptist raising funds for the ERLC. But the month of November is a time for taking no prisoners and for granting no quarter. If you think of my blog as a shotgun, this is the month when I saw off all my typical careful qualifications and blast away with a double-barreled shorty. Everything we do this month will be focused on one singular goal. We want to help you apocalypse-proof your family. Thank you, honey. So why should you listen to me about such things? Well, when it comes to culture war and culture building, we've been at this for half a century now. much longer than such things have been cool to talk about in the green room at G3. Like my parents taught me, a strong family isn't possible without quick, full, and honest confession of sin, without any wussy excuse making. And especially now, it's just as important not to confess and repent of things that aren't really sins, because lying is bad and so is being a wuss. Stay tuned all month, because this November, each week we'll have a theme that will guide all our book and content giveaways as we help you get your own family prepped and resilient for the countless cultural curveballs that are just around the corner. We're going to be covering leadership and raising boys and gratitude and a whole lot more. It's November, so you better believe that we're here to give away a bunch of stuff. Lovely. Stick around. Time for pie.
Kiss the soul, sing the song if you be his prophet. Black Swan with the boy sling. Came alone, breaking stones, no fear. About a skull and bones, you better beware. Wash these sins so it fight like we don't care.
Is this what I'm showing, Heather? Oh my God. Tweez, I knew he was going to say that. Yes, that says Soviet Moscow. Okay. Got you. Okay. Hang on. So that. Well, what the hell? Wait a minute. Hang on. Thank you. That might piss me off.
Well, hello there, neighbor. Welcome to No Quarter November. Neighbor. So, for 11 months out of the year, I am nothing but a sweetheart, blanketing everything I do and say with careful qualification and gentle reason. From December to October, you may have noticed that my prose is as winsome and inoffensive as room temperature bath water. My blog is as calm and well-behaved as the pandemic PCA. But in November, my neighborliness takes a different tone. November is the month where my subtlety, nuance, and qualifications go the way of ballots in Maricopa County or testosterone in the SBC. November is the month where my subtlety goes bye-bye. You know, I've been called all kinds of names, but I might be best known as a bridge builder. I do love building bridges. The thing about bridges is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate you. Some might just be simple or scared or naive. Some are enemies or trolls or federal agents who are best left under the bridge. Those are the ones who will try to steer and poison whatever you're doing if you let them come across. Every bridge could make you stronger, or it could destroy everything you want to defend and protect. I burned it all, but bridges, nothing burns quite like a bridge does. Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn. Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. You can cross my bridge anytime you want, unless you're a fed.
Kiss the soul, sing the song if you be his prophet. Black Swan with the boy sling.
A probable cause affidavit. And I can talk a ton about the cell phone information, the cell tower information, and the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such. And I can talk a ton about the cell phone information, the cell tower information, and the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such. And the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such.
That's the thing. I don't want to talk about those particularly. That's the thing. I don't want to talk about those particularly.
His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out into your front yard, you're not going to get too far. his phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out to your front yard, you're not going to get too far. His phone was touching their Wi-Fi. Yeah, so you know how close that is. If you've had a laptop, you walk out to your front yard, you're not going to get too far.
Well, alrighty then. Good night, color covered. Heather, this. Oh God. Whoops. Okay.
There are no stickers on the pole. There were never stickers on the pole. There are no stickers on the pole. There were never stickers on the pole. There are no stickers on the pole. There were never stickers on the pole. Stickers are a figment of your imagination. There are no stickers on the pole. There are no poles in Moscow. There were never stickers on the pole. What is a sticker? There were never stickers on the pole. What is a Moscow? Go back to your field, comrade. Questions are dangerous, and we don't want to see you hurt. There are no stickers on the pole. Also, in Moscow it is always winter, and never Christmas. And that's not weird. Moscow, enforced because we Karen.
Was that a threat? When they said something about questions and we don't want to see you hurt? Well, what is it then? Oh, okay. So basically, don't ask questions, just do what they tell you to do. Oh, okay, I got you. These people are weird. I can't. Well, that's the issue I was having, Heather. If they, like, Moscow's the only one that votes blue, right? Who is actually the ones that vote blue if Fry is a Republican, he said. Like, that don't make any sense to me. I'm confused. Okay. Well, if they have audio, they're not letting nobody hear it. They're just telling everybody what it says. There's been people that's asked for that, and it's been denied, so I don't know how they got it. I think they're full of shiznit, but, you know, that's just me. Oh yeah, they probably did create with AI. I didn't think about that. They probably did. A Democrat. Hang on.
The history of this is we came to the court asking for the cast report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report. And we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Koberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report, and they'll get it to us later. Your Honor, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report, and I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this, and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the cast report.
Multiple. But then sometimes I'm like, they're not going to answer that? Like, why won't they answer that? You know, they did solve it.
Of the new details on the University of Idaho murders and the suspect under arrest. Police saying today that they believe Brian Koberger acted alone and don't anticipate additional arrests. That they believe Brian Koberger acted alone and don't anticipate additional arrests. The 28-year-old graduate student was taken into custody yesterday in Pennsylvania, thousands of miles from the crime scene, now facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. ABC's Kana Whitworth back on this tonight from Moscow, Idaho.
Tonight, police in Moscow confident the only person responsible in the heinous murders of those 4 college students is in custody.
We believe we have our guy, the one that committed these murders.
The alleged killer, 28-year-old Brian Koberger. Chief James Fry confirming to ABC News this white Hyundai Elantra seen in surveillance video from a nearby gas station the night of the murders belongs to Koberger, saying he was the only person inside. The car now in police custody after being taken from Koberger's parents' home in Pennsylvania. Law enforcement sources saying police used DNA technology to help track down Koberger 2,500 miles away. What was it like to start zeroing in on Brian Koberger?
You know, it's stressful. You know that this individual is out there somewhere. We knew that there was going to be an arrest made in Pennsylvania. That's still, even though we're here, it's stressful here.
Koberger living just 10 miles from the crime scene in Pullman, Washington, where he had been working towards his PhD in criminology at Washington State.
To find out it was our neighbor, it was like very horrific.
Those who knew the alleged murderer left stunned by his arrest.
It was just a shock. He was always nice to me, maybe not to other people. It was just a shock. He was always nice to me, maybe not to other people.
Now, authorities have not released any information on a possible motive or connection between Kohberger and the victims, but Kohberger's lawyer saying that he wishes to be quickly brought back here to Idaho so that he may be exonerated. Now, once he appears here in court, that official arrest affidavit will be unsealed, and we will learn a lot more about the prosecution's case against him.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Response, Ms. Jennings?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor's argued and multiple completely false narratives are the exact reason why this hearing should be closed. And multiple completely false narratives.
Mr. Johnson, thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe we'll start going backwards here, or from the back to the front topic. I'm sorry if your feelings get hurt about us raising this issue. I see you were almost breaking down a few minutes ago when we were talking about slide number 33, slide number 31. That's not the intent, and it's certainly, I'm surprised to see that reaction from an experienced expert such as yourself. So I apologize for that.
I accept your apology, but the idea of after working really hard 15 years to develop a credible reputation and being told, watching on a Zoom, that I am tainting the jury pool and poisoning the jury pool and contaminating the jury pool by doing what's required and standard, I'm not crying. I'm angry. Okay. Yes, it doesn't matter.
And please go ahead and be as angry as you like as you continue your work for the defense in this case. It is a fact, though, that you don't know of the 400 citizens that were questioned on this survey. You don't know which ones of them did not already previously know any of the fact-specific representations in your questions. Isn't that true?
I do know because they answered yes or no to the question.
No. Oh, well, okay. Before you asked the question, you didn't know that. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And so somebody who hadn't heard the representation in that one slide that you acknowledged was false. Let's see. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record. You acknowledge false that Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false.
Which one?
The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. Did Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalk one of the victims?
Yes, I was trying not to say that because
you knew that was false. At that time, we expect that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on.
I did.
Yes. And so you have now, for anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false. Did Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalk one of the victims?
Yes, I was trying not to say that because
you knew that was false.
I did.
Yes. And so you have now, for anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Kohberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false. You acknowledge false that Mr. Kohberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false.
But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location.
The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court.
Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not.
Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record.
Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records, but based on those records, they absolutely knew.
At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you.
That Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there.
So you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on.
To make a connection.
And multiple completely false narratives.
That didn't exist. They put it in there.
Tainting the jury pool and poisoning the jury pool and contaminating the jury pool.
You all now know the name of the person who's been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward.
So that the judge would think that this was the right person.
Call the tip line. Report anything you know about him to help the investigators.
And multiple completely false narratives.
And they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect.
No. Okay.
They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing. And so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue.
It is a fact.
But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie.
Okay.
And multiple completely false narratives.
To the magistrate, when you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true.
Did Mr. Koberger allegedly stalk one of the victims?
Yes, I was trying not to say that because
but you knew that was false.
This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the cast draft report and in the cast final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate.
I did.
Yes. And so you have now, for anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Koberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger.
This guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times.
The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger.
Where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations?
He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house.
Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? And those are all parts that would explain motivation.
He did go to Moscow. He did drive around.
Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So
he was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away. You want to look in that window and say, oh, I can totally see somebody walking through there right now. Mm-hmm. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. Mm-hmm. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour.
Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there.
For anybody who had never heard that before, that question is now planted into them, unqualified representation that Mr. Koberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false.
But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
Oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour and then drove off, So those were the things that I wasn't sure that had been captured. So now that they are, it'll be less and less.
The stuff they're doing now is the same stuff they did before, and they're just doing it again, or brand new stuff. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they did before. I don't know what they're doing now. I feel like sometimes the prosecution team worries more about the university. And the university's agenda.
Well, everybody seems to know each other. Mm-hmm. It's a small town. The university seems to be like the big business.
Yeah.
I think it's 4,000, 5,000.
We get it.
When they're not in school, but when they are, it's like 55.
Yeah.
So it really is like a extreme.
And we understand that they just can't lose the college. We don't want that. Just can't go away because they're putting all their time and effort and money. But then maybe just not worry about fall recruitment for a year.
Like they had the highest, biggest freshman class ever.
Did they?
Yeah. Like I was just talking to someone about this at the courthouse. They could, not ignore what happened. It almost would make more sense.
It's more on the map now. There's more people. I've seen a lot of people
forget about it, regardless of what.
And the footage, people are like, it's beautiful there. This small little town, you see it. And there's a lot of people are like, okay, well, it is a bad thing that happened, but look how they reacted.
The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court.
And multiple completely false narratives.
Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there.
This small little town, you see it. And there's a lot of people are like, okay, well, it is a bad thing that happened, but look how they reacted.
The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger.
Yeah.
This is how you want a community to react. They are offended, they're pissed off.
I accept your fault, but the idea of after working really hard 15 years to develop a credible reputation and being told watching on a Zoom that I am tainting the jury pool and poisoning the jury pool and contaminating the jury pool by doing what's required and standard, I'm not crying. I'm angry. Okay, yes, it doesn't.
And please go ahead and be as angry as you like as you continue your work for the defense in this case.
And they're going about doing everything in their power to make sure that these kids are, they're going to get the form of justice that they deserve, where that's not the case all across America. We have pockets of areas where they have that more killings in one weekend.
Yeah.
And it's not even on TV. So yeah. I think some people look at that and they're like, you know what? Even though this tragedy happened, it wasn't a local, it was an outsider. There's not going to be outsiders that are all like that. It was just an extreme event from some misfit, and they'll probably never have an incident for decades to come.
Right.
And that's what we all hope for,
But with the House, you guys fought really hard. I'm sure it was uncomfortable at times to have to come out and, speak out against the university and the prosecution.
I was like hiding under my bed the whole time.
Yeah,
Him
but
and Shannon were out there, and I was like,
you were fighting it. I could tell it was uncomfortable, but and they kept saying, but we don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And then to see the FBI there again and all the boards taken off this week.
It was really hard.
I knew in my heart what was best for those girls and Ethan. I knew what was best was to keep that around until they did more. And there'll be a point when I'll be like, you know what? Let it go. Let it go.
And our agenda of keeping it around isn't because, it's going to be so sad when it's torn down. I mean, that is going to be sad to me. And people think, how can that tear it down? And it's just like, look, my daughter lived a happy life there. Yes, she was murdered there, ultimately murdered, but that was this much time. We have pictures of them in the house. When that house goes, it's going to be hard. I don't want to go in it. I've never even been to the house. I've never drove by it. I don't want to. But it's still going to be, when they're like, that house is gone, it is going to be very emotional for me. But that wasn't why, the emotional side of things. It was strictly is this good for the prosecution? Is this good for the case? And I like I said, we don't know any of this stuff, but reading, and they talk about how jury members walk through crime scenes and stuff like that, and I'm like, this is crazy.
And why take the chance? I mean, why not just wait, even if it's a year or two?
Yeah, and he he said there is no evidentiary value in that house at all. He said walls and flooring and the acoustics are not the same.
If anybody
points aren't the same.
Yeah, the acoustic bothered me, and I was like, well, this guy was here 12 times that we have documented. I'm taking you for your word for what you've said. If he's there 12 times, where was he parking? And what could he see from those locations? Was he looking through windows and seeing these people? And those are all parts that would explain motivation. Was he there stalking? Was he obsessed with these individuals? So you can't tell me with the house being gone that you can give somebody the view of somebody parking right there, which is, 200 feet away. You want to look in that window and say, oh, I can totally see somebody walking through there right now. Mm-hmm. I can see it's a red shirt that they got on. Mm-hmm. They got a bandana on. Those little details of where, oh, that's why he sat there for half an hour and then drove off,
He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
And everything the right thing, you know. They were doing everything the way you're supposed to. Go to school.
It's just crazy how one person can come in and cause so much trauma, so much damage.
One miserable person.
You know?
Goes after all the people that are.
And then, you know, we gotta go through hoops and loops and jumps to get them. I guess he's convicted to get him officially. I don't know where we're
doing. Get a
doing
schedule right now is what we're really hoping for, is a schedule. We were
Get the
hoping
death penalty.
there'd be a schedule before the year.
I don't know. I just
Yeah, even being in court today, like, it just seems like such a slow process.
it is
It's like they're discovering it as they go, because there's new technologies and there's new evidence, and the gathering of the evidence is a different technique than, you know, these people read in a book. This stuff's not even in books yet.
Yeah.
So
So have you just kind of accepted, like, that it's going to be a while?
I refuse. I mean, I'm still waiting for like a Hail Mary or a miracle or something, and be like, it's, you know, it's not gonna, you know, I realize it's gonna be 2024, but I refuse to think it's gonna be pushed any further out than that. I absolutely refuse to let myself think that. But all these big delays, and, you know, you get like so close, like that September date that got pushed back to October 2 days before. I took everything out of me. I was down. I mean, I was literally down. I was sick. I felt like I was gonna vomit.
The father of one of the 4 students killed, Kaylee Gonzalez. Steve, thank you for being on tonight. Just your reaction to getting this news. Was this a surprise, hearing that there's a date scheduled and it is December 28th?
Yeah, I was surprised that we're at a moment in the case that we don't even have a trial date. You know, we've had a trial date for almost the vast majority of once they had a suspect. So we don't have a trial date, but we have a date to have, you know, largely the biggest piece of evidence being destroyed, which just seems backwards, you know.
So I would have expected that something this monumental would have been discussed behind the scenes, that your lawyer, Shannon Gray, would have been in conversations at least to give you guys, you know, enough time to process this. And it sounds like that's not the case. You didn't get much time, different than the time that we got in terms of this announcement.
No, and I kind of take this as from a perspective of that my opinion's not important as a parent. That's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level, and it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, you know, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. You know, we're all trying to get through this the best way we can. I want to be absolutely respectful to every single one of the parents. I understand that this has to go down, and I'm not going to fight it forever. And I want to be careful what I fight, because there's, you know, this is a losing battle. But
well, and it's a long battle as well, as we've come to understand. That brings me to the issue of Mrs. Chapin. Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy, has given that statement to me, saying that, you know, we're okay with this at this point. We agree with the university. We think it's in the best interest of the kids who are there, including her 2 kids, and the community as a whole. What are your thoughts about that?
I totally respect it. I get it. I have leaked footage. I've seen things that they may have not seen. I know for a fact the path that this white salon, this car took, and people are going to wonder what he was doing when he parks in certain locations for extended amount of time. What was he looking at? I want to know what he was looking at, and I don't know how you can see what this man was looking at without the house being there? What windows was he peering into? Why did he pick that location to stop at? Why did he keep going back to these certain locations?
Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Koberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on a number of occasions. The PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at, I believe it is D1B and C. That's an email from Nicholas Balance, and he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens. And then he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell tower that also services this particular location. Moscow has, I think, 2 cell towers that service the town. Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records, but based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect.
And I don't know about the other 12 or 13 times that he was there. I just know of the day that this happened in the footage that was given to me. So I'm going to do what's best for my girl. I'm going to protect her. I'm going to weigh on the side of what's best for her and making sure that I'm not going to let something slip through our hands that I could have said something. But I do understand it has to go.
I have this question for you because up until now I hadn't really contemplated this, but do you think it's at all possible that the prosecution is so confident about their case, they're not worried at all about the house standing?
I've been told that exactly. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax. You know, you're a very aggressive a father. Relax. But it's not in my character to just sit back and just know that an opportunity isn't being seized upon. And I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't live with myself if later on, you know, something happened and a jury member said, you know what, it really came down to the fact that I couldn't see firsthand. They told us the ideal jury member was someone who had thousands of acres and had no time to watch TV. He was out on the farm. Well, I don't feel like that kind of guy is going to see the footage that I seen and not want to understand what was going on in the house. And a computer program is going to mean nothing to that farmer. Almost zero value in a computer model to a farmer like that.
I want to dovetail off something you just said, and that is that they've told you that, Steve, the amount of stuff we have, relax. Are you referring to like victims advocates or people actually in the know of the case, that they have such a solid case that you should rest easy?
Because I've made myself vocal, people have reached out to me, and some of those people have just said that if what I know is accurate, Steve, there's a massive amount of information. This case will open up other investigators to know that there's a whole nother level of data being collected on people, and some of that will come out in this case. And I kind of take this as from a perspective of that my opinion is not important. As a parent, that's not it. What is important is the lead investigators at the county, state, and federal level. And it is to my knowledge that they are not in all agreement. And we tried to get them to all come in agreement and address, come out with a formal statement. So if they can't all agree, I find it very hard for the parents to all agree. I've been told that exact thing. I've been told 100%. The amount of stuff we have, Steve, relax.
They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing. And so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that, and we'll keep the IGG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the CAST draft report and in the CAST final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
A criminal.
And they're just giving, and I'm just like, okay, and they're afraid that we're gonna, we're talking or saying something and gonna ruin the case, but you guys are letting him
Portray himself.
Yeah, portray himself like this upperclassman and not bring him in wearing shackles or at least a pair of shackles around his ankles, at least.
Yeah, you don't want somebody accused of killing your daughter being getting preferential treatment. Yeah, you don't want somebody accused of killing your daughter being getting preferential treatment. Just because the case has got more attention than
I don't
normal.
understand why. I don't understand why. And I'm just like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I want to see this guy die. Like, I don't want him breathing any longer. Because they say, oh, he's living in hell already. No, he's not. Not the hell that I think of. The hell that I think of is literally terrifying, agonizing torture, day in and day out. I don't care. Latah County Jail is not agonizing. That is not hell.
Well, that was a good video, Heather. No, I think she meant he was never there. I think she meant he was never at that house. That's what I think she meant. I don't think she stumbled over anything there. I think what she said is what she meant. That is my opinion, though. I could be wrong. I don't think he'd ever been to that house. Oh, God. When is the... Oh, God. Heather, really? Motherfucker, I'm hiding. What is this eclipse about? And then this retrograde? Go ahead and explain it to me, Heather, before I get off from here. Just please go ahead. The first time Heather told me there was going to be an eclipse, like, I don't even want to talk about what happened, but it was awful. Do you remember, Heather? Okay, what does blood moon mean, Heather? Tell me. What am I hiding? What do I need to, what? Tell me, Heather, tell me. Tell me all about it. I mean, she told me stuff was going to be crazy. She did not tell me this shit was going to be upside down. Like it was awful. It was absolutely awful. Speaking of that, Heather, I got a bone to pick with you about that too. Damn it. Anyway, tell me about this damn eclipse. You know, certain things happened all in that time, Heather. All in that time. All in that time right there. That little time frame right there. Yeah. For fuck's sake. What is TF? Heather, how long is this season lasting? Let me look this up. What month are we in? Heather's not talking, so it must be bad. Oh, shit. That ain't what I meant to do. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hang on, y'all. If you're a follower of astrology, you know that the Earth sign Virgo is all about practicality, organization, routines, and responsibilities. Combine that with the powerful energy of the full moon seen by mystics as a time of change and a lunar eclipse, which only ups the intensity, and you've got an ideal space to initiate positive personal growth. This can mean anything from spring cleaning your home to starting a new healthy habit, or even unloading personal baggage that's been weighing you down. Oh, what the hell. So it's not making everything go crazy, Heather? She better answer me. Who, Twiz? What are you talking about? Who are you talking to? Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Okay. See, that's not gonna happen. There's a lot of things you can do, but calling Twiz a fucking punk is not one of them. So let me go on and tell you that shit ain't gonna fly. Thank you. Oh God, I cannot do this. Jesus Christ. Oh, are you mad now? Oh God, where's Shaggy when I need him? That way he can tell him how mad I get. Oh Jesus, I can't look at chat. I'm gonna have to turn around. I just, oh my God. I'm confused at what this dude's mad about. What is the deal? Just because he eats that don't mean that's what he is. But anyways, I don't understand. Okay, thank you. So, Blackhawk, I just have a question because I'm a little confused. I wish you would really quit calling my brother a punk because I don't really appreciate that. It's kind of making me mad. So mad I'm getting fucking tears in my eyes. So can you please stop? Because he's not the one getting mad. I am. And he's going to tell me to calm down, to let you talk and do whatever. But I'm going to like get irate in a few minutes and, you know. Okay, hang on. Me neither, Meanie. God. That. Is that GAC? Is that who that Black Hawk person is? Because isn't that what he called you? I may be wrong. I was just wondering. Why are you bringing somebody's parents into this? What if his parents are dead? Because both my parents are dead. So if you said something like that to me, I'd be fighting. I'm just saying. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Black Hawk, who are you? Are you GAC for real? What if his parents are fucking dead? Can you please quit talking about people's parents? The only person that calls you Twizzle Dick is damn whatchamacallit. Oh, is that who that is? Which I don't know who Doc Thrifty is. Like, I'm confused at what you're laughing at. I'm so confused at what this dude is, what he's mad about. I mean, I'm all the way fucking confused. What the hell is a fake Twiz? I'm confused. I guess I'm a dumbass. So I don't understand. I'm confused at why this dude's mad or whatever. I'm confused at all this. What does it matter what it proved anyway? I mean, if you don't like somebody's stuff, don't watch it. But he can drive. I'm confused at what the hell. Okay, dude, for real, like, you still have not clarified what the fuck you're mad about. Now you're talking about his driving and it. What does that got to do with the price of rice in China? Like, what the fuck? What are you mad about? I still don't understand. Well, if they want to follow him, then they can follow him. Are you mad because they're following him? I think folks are jealous of you, Twiz. I really do. Like, I just think they're just jealous of you. Just jealous. Just jealous. I can show you what he looks like. He's hot too. That's not fake. I know what he looks like. You want to see him? I bet you he looks better than you. Have you seen him though? Did you? Who the fuck are you calling a skank? Oh shit. Was he just mad that you eat more pussy than he's ever got? Don't worry about it. It's okay. We'll just, go with that. Are you fucking stupid? Oh yeah, he's just jealous. He's just jealous. Oh shit, he's just jealous. Oh shit. What the fuck are you doing? What time is it where you are? I'm just asking. I'm saying. Why wouldn't he show up in Boise? I mean, he's went. I'm confused. I'm not a pro burger. I'm not against pro burger. I am for what's right and for justice for these kids, true justice for these kids. And I'm going to call out bullshit, and I don't give a shit whether you like it or not. My brother was in the Navy. My daddy was in the Army. My grandpa was in the military. I got enough leverage there to fucking speak my mind. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I don't like, this is not about, that's the whole thing. People get so mad because they don't like Brian. I don't know Brian. Okay. If he did this, then he deserves to be in jail. But if not, then he don't. Well, please go be with your wife because we don't want to hear your shit. And let her know that you talk about women calling them skanks and stuff because I'm sure she would love to fucking hear that. Jesus. Well, thank you very much. I don't do drugs, but if I did, if I could find some that would numb me, I probably would. However, my mom prayed them out of me, but quite frankly, it's none of your business if any of us do drugs. You're not buying them. You're not paying my bills. You're not paying none of these other people's bills. Ever said I like drugs. Oh, shit. I don't drink. But I love that people that do not know you, that just come off with this drug thing. Just fucking love it. What he don't know is if I did drugs, I would fucking blatantly tell somebody, because guess what? It ain't none of nobody's fucking business. And if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. Who gives a shit? I don't need his permission. Both of my parents are 6 foot in the ground. I mean, you know, I'm good. They're the ones fucking taking hallucinogens. If he's going to tell us how Bill's going to show that Brian was at that house, we going to have to take some of his shrooms or whatever the fuck he's doing before we can even be able to understand what the fuck he's talking about. What the fuck is Brett Payne going to do? He don't meet the height requirement. Or his memory won't serve. I got you, Tonka. I don't drink either. And the reason I don't drink is because it makes me depressed. Well, I hope so, because he was pissing me off. They just mad. He wasn't finna show his face because I was finna show you a picture, Twiz. These folks kill me. If they don't think I would tell them, who do I give a fuck? If I want to do a drug, I'm going to do it. Like, what the fuck? Do you think you run somebody? I will fucking slap. I don't give a shit. I don't even know what he was mad about. Like, I have no fucking idea what he was even. I don't even know what. I have no idea. I don't understand what even happened. But I just need to know how stupid he's saying. Does he know how stupid he sounds talking about Twiz is not going to show up at Boise? Number one, what the fuck does it matter if Twiz does? But number two, Twiz went to all the fucking, like, what is he talking about? If he shows up at Boise, Twiz still ain't going to know it because he's not going to tell him who the fuck he is. So what the fuck does it matter? And he straight acted jealous. What he sounded like was he was jealous because Twiz had followers for him driving around or whatever. And that's exactly what he sounded like. He was jealous. Twisted make people follow him. You mad because he had people follow him? I don't even bear. Are you sure that's not GAC, y'all? I swear that's who he acted like. Who cares if you hadn't made a video? Like, what the fuck does that matter? I swear, I think that's GAC. I do. Because nobody calls Twiz Twizzle Dick except dumbass. Doc Thrifty. I thought Doc Thrifty was thought BK was innocent. I don't know. Because I don't pay attention to Doc Thrifty neither. Well, that's what I'm saying. And he just come off of left field with Twiz. Like, it was like, I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. And all these people, like, they kill me. He's talking about somebody being on the internet. Dude, you get on the internet and come to people's shit you don't even agree with to argue. That's just like me going to drunk turkey shit and telling him I don't agree with him. I don't agree with him. So I hit the thumbnail and say, don't show me this shit again. I don't go where his home turf is and start bitching at him for doing whatever he's doing. I just stay away. Like, that's so stupid. Why? Why? Fucking, I don't go places where I don't like what they're saying. I don't go places where I don't like the people. Like, if I don't like somebody that bad, but like, he just come out of nowhere with that shit. It's weird. Does Daniel do that? I hadn't known Daniel to make different names, though. I mean, he may, but I'm saying, though, I hadn't known him to make different names. Yeah, I mean, I knew that, but I'm saying, though, I mean, I didn't never pay attention to whether he makes up names and go on people's shit, but yeah, I don't know how GAC types. I've heard him speak. I've only watched him about 10 minutes of my life. And that's it. But he was talking about Twiz and Ann Taylor and stuff. I won't watch him after that. So I've heard him speak. I've not seen him type or anything. So no, I don't think I don't know who Doc Thrifty is for real. I don't really know GAC. I'm saying I didn't think they were the same people. I was just wondering, was that GAC that had that name? I was just going to say, Twiz, you have not pointed fingers at, I hadn't heard you say anybody. All right, hang on, Heather. Oh, God. Hang on. What the fuck did I just do that thing? Come on, hang on, I closed it like a dumbass. Wait a minute. Okay. That's your screen. Is that it? Yeah. Sure, damn it.
At the end of the day, the prosecutor, they're not like holding all their cards going, he, I'm going to get him when court comes. They're going to hit him with as much as they can to get this guy to plead out. You know, take a plea of life without the possibility of parole and take the death penalty off.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do, because at the end of the day, if all they have is unreliable phone pings and DNA on a sheath that's touch DNA.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's gonna be a juror who don't think that that's enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, and so they're not going to keep all their cards close to the vest, so to speak, when it comes to that. There's no point in that. He's going to get access to all those things in discovery and have his opportunity to defend against all of the evidence that's presented against him.
Yeah.
No, it's not. This isn't TV.
No,
this isn't
Law
and Order.
Don't have much more than what's
right.
presented so far.
I think they do. Here's the thing. There's an article, an airmail article that states talks about the case. It talks about Dylan changing her story. It says that initially she had stated that she had fallen asleep. Then later on that day, she changed it to the story that we have seen in the probable cause affidavit, that she saw somebody in that whatever. Who's to say it didn't change again and a name came out? Now, the reason why I think that they were on to Brian Kohlberger pretty soon is, if you look at page 15 of the probable cause affidavit, it states that the phone number that Brian had connected to a tower in Moscow, but they don't believe that he was in Moscow on that date. So, you know, if everything is correct in that statement, then how would they know where he was that entire day unless they were watching him?
Right.
And why would they be watching him?
Yeah. Actually, I think they probably had him pretty early too, honestly. Police and
I do too. But the thing is, I think they're trying to protect something, and that thing that I think they're trying to protect is the fact that this guy may have had access to police equipment.
Oh shit!
May have been stalking them using. Yeah, well, he was a PhD going through the criminology class, and from what I've been able to understand, there is you become an intern for the WSU or the Pullman Police Department. I'm sorry, and you apply in the spring to start to be an intern in the fall, and there's been some documents released here recently of evidence of that. You know, that was something else that Kim told me before that documents were released. She's like, I believe he was an intern at WSU because that's one of the things that you have to do and complete in that PhD program. That's a prerequisite if you want to finish the course and get your PhD. It must be done. And so there's a possibility. And then you look at the words that they used in the search warrant, and for the reasons to seal it is to protect the law enforcement. Why would they need protecting from something unless, you know, there's a little bit more to the story and he was involved in using possible equipment, especially if he was an intern. You know, I think it was the Golden State Killer was a cop.
Right. He was. Yeah, he was buddied up with cops. Yep.
So this guy just seems to be kind of following that line.
When did you hide that dude? A while ago, and Twizzon hit him? And is this the first time? I don't know who this dude is, so. I want to hear about this 911. Did anybody watch it? Because I didn't watch it. I don't like gray either, so. I just want to hear what he said. I'm going to play a little bit of it. I just want to hear what he said. Hang on. I'll try to find it now.
Hoodie, you can't go back to regular hoodies. They're slightly weighted, super oversized. It's that perfect.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll go show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness.
And who speak with the 911 dispatcher. I don't hear much of any of the Q stuff. Q is dispatch, police, first responders, etc. A lot of that stuff doesn't come out. There is some stuff that isn't in there at all. And we also do have some stuff that's kind of out of order, in my opinion. So it's not a real true representation of what the 911 call is. But before we start, I want to say thank you to Archive Gig for your $4.99 super chat. Thanks Daniel for all your efforts and hard work. I appreciate that. And thank you, Heather, for being the newest member. Seem familiar. I appreciate it. All righty, guys. Without further ado, let's break it down. Let's get into it. First, I want to say that it starts off with it sounds like a recording saying 911 emergency. What is your emergency here? And then you hear Bethany come on, and she says, "Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what we have." And there's a little bit more of what she's saying, but the dispatcher just rudely interrupts her and just says, "What's the address of the emergency?" And it sounds rude, but it's because they're trying to get people out there as fast as possible. So we'll take that with a grain of salt. It does sound rude when this audio does get released and you hear it. It's going to sound rude. But what you hear right away in Bethany's voice is panic. I mean, she sounds like she's shaking on the phone. Her tone of voice is extremely, extremely high pitched. It's sad. It really is. And so the dispatcher says, "What's the address of your emergency?" And she says 111 or 1122. And then she begins to start coughing.
And it says no, don't. But what she's really saying is no, don't, please, no. And it's like it's fading off into the background when she says this. And she says, no, don't, please, no. And I don't know if it says don't or God, but one of those two out into the air. No, don't, please, no, don't, no, God, or no, don't. And then you hear the dispatcher say, what is the rest of the address? And at that point, it captures Bethany's attention again. And she's like, oh, King Road. And she actually says, I think, 1122 King Road. And the dispatcher asks, is this a house or an apartment? She goes, it's a house. And then, can you repeat the address to make sure I have it right? Is what the dispatcher says. And you can kind of hear a little bit of something going on there. And you hear somebody say, I'll talk, or something of that nature. Well, here it goes. She goes, I'll talk to you guys. And this is actually the neighbor. And her tone is probably the most calmest that you'll be able to hear on this phone call. It's almost to the point where she's kind of in denial. She doesn't really believe what is going on, to a certain extent, because she's kind of like, we live to the right next to him. And the dispatcher asks her, I need you to repeat the address. And she said the address, and she tells her the address of 1122 King Road. Dispatcher asks what number you're calling from. I don't hear her say, what's your number? I don't know if that's edited out. I don't hear her say, what's the rest either. It is a brief pause in this moment because they are redacting what I believe Bethany is saying, which is her phone number. At what moment it unredacts and part of the phone number comes out. Then the dispatcher asks what's going on, and the neighbor says, one of our roommates who's passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. And you can hear Bethany in the background go, no, we saw a man. And it's hard to hear what she's saying, but it's almost like I mentioned before, it's like the neighbor was kind of in denial. They sound like they're outside. They do not sound like they're inside of the house at all. All of them sound like they're outside. And then you hear the dispatcher say, okay. And then the neighbor comes back and says, they saw a man in their house last night. Yeah. And then you hear, hi, I can talk to them. Or, hi, this is Dylan. I apologize. It's not I can talk to them. It's, hi, this is Dylan. And at the same time she's saying, hi, this is Dylan, the dispatcher is saying, are you with the patient? And she says, okay, I need someone to keep the phone and stop passing it around. And this is where Dylan is speaking at this point. And she goes, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? And the dispatcher stops her from right there. And because she goes, I really don't, she goes, what's going on? Is someone passed out right now? And then Dylan goes in to say, I really don't know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. there was a man. And this is where the dispatcher again just kind of interrupts her. She's like, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out? Now you can kind of tell in the dispatcher's voice, you're going to hear this. There's a little bit of frustration going on. She's been passed around a few times. A couple of people have been telling her not a lot of information for her to get somebody out there or get the right people. So she is a little bit frustrated when you hear this. But why is the dispatcher cutting her off? The dispatcher is cutting her off because they need to know if they're going to send an ambulance, police, homicide, like what's going on, what is happening. By this point, the dispatcher should probably have started to send those out regardless. But, she's trying to get an idea of what the scene is so that she can relay this information there. And so we'll continue.
Business taxes was always so all-consuming.
Let's see. And I'm not sure, if it says we saw, I just know it says something about a man. It's very difficult to hear. It sounds like it's a little bit further away, but Dylan is saying that. I wouldn't take every word as like wait and go, like, oh, we, I, they, us, stuff like that. there's a lot of stuff going on that they're a lot confused right now. They don't even know what's going on. I will tell you right now, based on what I heard, they hadn't even found the bodies yet. They hadn't even seen them yet. They had no idea what's going on at this point. All right. And so Dylan is crying. And then the dispatcher goes, "What is currently going on? Is someone passed out?" And Dylan goes, "I don't know, but pretty sure, but pretty much at 4 a.m. a man." And then dispatcher stopped her and said, "Okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out?" Dylan tells Bethany, "Yeah, I'll come. Come on, let's go. We got to check it out." And she's telling this to Bethany. And you can say, she even says, "Bethany, we have to do this. We have to go inside." Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? And what that is at this point, you start hearing them go into the house, right? And you hear her kind of yell out at this point, like, "Is she passed out?" And a female voice responds. Now, the female voice, I'm assuming, is the neighbor, right? Because Dylan and Bethany are outside. Hunter has gone inside. And the girl that was on the phone initially, that I suspect is Hunter's girlfriend at the time. So I believe she went inside at that time. And she responds with something about "in a moment, any minute, give me a minute," something to that nature. It's hard to hear. And you can hear the male voice go, "Hey, Xana, hey, Ethan, it's me." Right? You can hear him yelling that out from the background. So at this point, they don't have visual of what's going on. I don't know if they're downstairs and they're yelling that upstairs, because obviously we can't see anything. I don't know if they're upstairs and Ethan and Xana are behind a door, but you can.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I can't do it. I can't do it. Cannot do it. The only thing he keeps saying is he can't understand what they're saying. If Dylan is saying, "Come on, Bethany, we've got to do this. We've got to go in there," then there's your answer. Because if they were just passed out, they would be freaking out about going back in there, wouldn't they? And where the fuck would Daniel get the audio from? Because people have asked about it. Jules put up a thing. She did a FOIA request, but she said that there's people that's asked for it and they have been denied. So I'm confused at who he is to get fucking audio. I mean, who is he? Nobody? Where's Jules' thing? I want to see her. She said, "I filed a FOIA. Neither Turkey nor Hughes is playing what they are claiming to have or even showing proof of having the files." FFS. Yeah, I think that he's full of shit. Straight up, full of shit. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I just don't even, and him and Gray Hughes are the only ones that have it. I've never watched Gray Hughes ever, so. Oh, yeah, hang on. Wait a minute. Yep. I did not. Wait a minute. Drop her link, Heather. Why is it not? We need to drop her link anyway, but I can't. I don't know why. It does not take me to things when I put it in there. Wait a minute. I might have got it now. No, that didn't. That still didn't take me that. Thank you. Why did that do that? Hang on.
Oh, good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Fancy Grace, your sweeter but still sassy cousin to former prosecutor Nancy Grace from a parallel dimension, here to bring you the latest on the Brian Koberger trial. Now let's dive into the murky waters of justice, where the presumption of innocence seems to be sinking faster than a lead balloon. If you are one of the 40,000 people that subscribes to the Drunken Chicken Show, then you will recognize this next focus of my report, because I would like to touch upon how some of us have been some real flip-flopping kind of people. And maybe we could tone down our attitude and our condescendingness towards people with a different opinion, because we surely seem to have a different opinion not very long ago, didn't we, Daniel? Roll it.
Love is blind. You have these people that literally think that Brian Koberger is going to be found innocent. He's going to walk out of there, walk into their bedroom, tickle their butthole, and tell them goodnight stories.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Tickling buttholes, Daniel? I mean, really? That's disgusting and an insult to everyone that is a proponent for justice. Because I should have to remind you, we are all supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. Anyway, you give him 40,000 subscribers.
You know, it's me, Chris McDonough. Hi, Daniel. Wait, Vince.
This broadcast for just a slight pause. Be right back. Christopher McDonough, if you do not stop interrupting my broadcast, I will come unglued on you. Do you hear me, sir? Now, for that, I am going to play some of your videos from a year ago. You better get your attitude right. You be patient and get in line, or go back to Nancy's. Okay, thank you. We'll return to our regular broadcast.
Thank you for letting me just say, I really like the drunken chicken. You know.
Your family. But a guy who comes out of the army, never worked a murder in his life. They hadn't had a homicide in 7 years in that community. And they hand him the largest homicide in the United States at that time. Okay? And say, okay, you'll make it happen. Okay? And I saw him walking out of the building, carrying boxes, wearing rubber gloves. And I thought to myself, dear Lord, what's going to happen here ultimately in the long run? Now, I believe also, I'm an optimist on the other side of the coin, that they have all that they're going to need to put this guy away. Okay, I'm very optimistic about that. But the problem is, right now, your families and Shannon, your clients are suffering. I'm sorry about it. It happens.
At the Drunken Chicken Show, it seems opinions flow as freely as the drinks. 1 year ago, Daniel was singing a different tune about this case. Being that I am a better crime reporter than my cousin Nancy, I have brought forth evidence from the Fancy Grace Vault O experts. To introduce this next video clip, I will have an esteemed panel guest, one that probably does not even need my introduction, because she is the most well-known forensic cashier from the Target, and a personal friend to the show, Franny. Franny, fill us in on what's going on with this drunken chicken. Go.
Hello again, old friend. It's great to see you, Fancy. I am still working at the Target as a forensic cashier, and I have been doing more research. Turns out that they were not telling the truth about the pinging off of cell towers, or the pinging of Wi-Fi's, or the stalking. They were told to us and then taken away by Bill Thompson. The video that you asked me to review today and introduce is indeed of the drunken chicken, Daniel. And whom he is interviewing with is none other than YouTube controversial commentator J.B. Gunner. Mr. Gunner has an extensive arrest record and does love to drink, but some of his critics say that he is bigoted or perhaps racist and has domestic violence issues. I would never say those things. That's just what I heard. But personally, I have to say, Mr. Gunner is funny. You can't say he's not. He's like a modern day Morton Downey Jr. You just can't look away. And JB is consistent and knowledgeable with his topics of discussion, especially his political channel. So, you never cease to amaze me, Mr. Gunner. I guess we each have our own opinions and we're entitled to them, sir. So you'll have no issue with us. But let's take a trip down memory lane where Mr. Gunner interviewed Daniel, the drunken chicken. And boy, not the Daniel you see today. Take a look. Thanks, Fancy.
The fact
Good
that
to
we
see you,
all we do
honey.
come from two different sides of this. So I'm very much so an innocent until proven guilty guy. I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in that. Where I assume you would probably be pro law. I'm not saying law enforcement isn't pro Constitution, but I would assume like are you more liable? Are you more likely to believe the affidavits and everything the courts are saying, or are you skeptical on this as well?
Initially, when the first stuff comes out, I tend to go along and side with the law enforcement side of it. But as things come out, I'm very open to change my mind. And I follow the evidence. If there's evidence that proves in one direction or not, then that's where I follow. So I'm very evidentiary based. And when it comes to this case, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make any sense. You know, the direction of travel that Coburger was happening to come into, and even when he was seen, by the gas station, that's coming from east to west when he was in Pullman supposed to be coming west to east. You have the time, the phone pings, he's pinged at his house at 2:45, but at 2:47, he's seen on Nevada Street 2 miles away. And so he would have had to have traveled 60 miles an hour uninterrupted to have gotten there. You look at the fact that the phone pings, even in the probable cause affidavit, it speaks about that he connected to a tower in Idaho and wasn't there on that day on the 14th. You talk about the fact that he turns his phone off. Well, the probable cause affidavit shows the following day he did something very similar. Without coordinating that evidence with anything like finding a weapon, finding clothes, finding something that puts him in that area, all it does to me is show a pattern, and the pattern that he goes on drives and turns his phone off. So I think that's more in favor of him than it is the prosecution.
So Daniel claimed he believed everything he said because he followed the evidence. Until one day, like a magic spell, an email or a phone call would confuse the drunken chicken. He felt such strong feelings of empathy that it caused him to lose touch with his senses. Daniel forgot how the times didn't match up, the directions of travel were wrong, and low-quality video was randomly obtained from sources. Some important footage was not even requested by the unmethodical canvass the officials conducted. Sadly, not completed in a timely manner, some video was lost forever. This, too, was no longer important to the drunken chicken. He could no longer separate emotion from the analysis. The empathy was warranted, but the analysis of the information was not the cause of the painful emotions. Those feelings will only dull slightly with time. It was not Daniel's intention to lose his investigative intuitions. He was torn between acknowledging errors in investigation and respecting the loss and the pain that he was truly empathetic toward and was shared by a grieving, pained heart of another. No one wants to dismiss that pain. Unfortunately, it does no one any good to have empathy if the result is that justice is not served. A rush in conclusion, a disregard of rules, a shadow of doubts and lies swirling chaotically can only cause the pain to linger, the blind rage to feed the root cause of the entire case: evil. Evil wants the hearts of men to be blinded, to run in chaos. It wants division amongst the people. It wants to place blinders on the seekers of justice. Evil wants tunneled vision so strong that it will blind the people into serving up another soul for its hunger. So I ask you all, are you sure? Are you 100% sure before a trial with truth and dignity and honor has occurred? Are you ready to serve the soul of Brian Christopher Koberger to that evil? Perhaps as a society of empathetic, caring, and supportive people, we should first demand that no shortcuts are taken, demand that all the evidence be admitted, demand that mistakes be confessed and rectified when possible, demand that the accused be allowed to defend themselves as they see fit. Let it all be admitted and seen. Why not? Are you not intelligent enough to sort through the information? Are you so righteous that you doubt the ability of anyone other than yourself of being capable of doing the same? Are you okay with lies? Manipulation of DNA? A gift from the creator of mankind, being diminished in importance and uniqueness, transformed to a computer program simulation obtained by nefarious means by a G-man that has no problem stealing it from the people, toying with the results in order to kill a man. Is that not a sign that you are filled with the evil that pushes and drives for what it wants as fast as it can get you to deliver? Wake up, slow down, and think. Daniel, Bill Thompson, Moscow Police Department, Ashley Jennings, this is not about your errors. This is your opportunity to do the right thing. Be Atticus Finch. You honor the dead by telling their story, no matter what the story is. Anyone that thinks they are any less loved, respected, or held in high regard because of possible life choices can remember they were owed their time to grow, change, fall, and rise. So do not stand in judgment as you do of Brian Koberger, because you could be wrong. And the finger you point always has three pointing back at you. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for listening. Now back to Daniel's thoughts from May 18th, 2023.
Search warrant in his apartment complex revealed nothing. You know, when it comes to the blood on his bed, I'm fairly positive that that's possibly a bloody nose. And the reason being is if he was that bloody and full of blood, why isn't there blood on the carpet leading up to the bed, on the mattress, on the sheet? It's just on the mattress cover. And on
Remember the image we saw of him when he came to court? Remember, hey, it looked like he had cut himself shaving? Maybe he does that shit on a regular. Maybe he's just bad at shaving, you know what I mean?
That's quite possible. That is quite possible. And so when it comes to Koberger, you know, like I said, there's a lot of information. You know, I don't like coincidences in any aspect. And then you have like, you know, the prosecutor or the defense trying to subpoena Bethany Funk for explicatory evidence. And then you also have the following day, you know, them asking for requests for more discovery. And then also the Giglio thing comes up. I don't like the timing and all that shit. And so to me, that all kind of, you know, brings up the possibility of something nefarious occurring here.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know. I don't think.
What the hell? Looks like you were quite the pro burger, Daniel. Does Bill Thompson know about this? I don't know that I can watch your show, chicken hypocrite. Oh.
Thank you for having me, Fancy. Yes, I am a member of the Justice League. I do know a thing or two about justice. What I don't like about this chicken is that he constantly says, what these folks don't understand, what these people aren't getting, what you can't understand and grasp. Like he's not one of the people. thinking isn't your strong suit, you drunken chicken. Maybe you shouldn't try to condescend to everyone, and maybe people might listen a little better. But you're very arrogant, and you would never be on the Justice League because you, sir, are guano. Do better. We're watching you.
That's 100% right, Nancy. Fancy, sorry. I have never examined Brian Koberger, but I can tell you, in his sick, demented brain, he has been planning this his entire life, waiting for this opportunity. And I know he's done it before, probably 100 times. They just don't know yet. And absolutely, he did it. I mean, there's touch DNA on the knife sheath. I don't care that it could have fallen. I don't care that it could have been swiped on there. That would never happen. Never. Only things like people I've never examined, me knowing their entire brain, only those things happen.
Thank you for having me, Fancy. As you can tell, I do a lot of the psychology reports for your cousin Nancy. And I can say, in my professional opinion, he is a psycho that would bring a vacuum cleaner, a dustpan, probably some Windex, a shower curtain, a shovel, and a smelting machine so he can melt his knife. It's all completely reasonable because I have determined he is a multiple personality, schizophrenic, psychoendosis, kazam, bibbidi bobbidi boo, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious maniac. Thanks. Okay, yes. I'll go back to Nancy's show. Okay, well, if you need me in the... No. Oh, all right. Have a nice day, Fancy. Goodbye.
I'm in my happy place. Dear Lord, sweet Jesus, please help me to understand all the things that are going on in this case of Brian Koberger in Idaho. I don't understand all the secrecy and how people think it's okay to break rules and lie and be untrustworthy and secretive against their own people. I mean, everyone deserves to be innocent until proven guilty. So I'm going to try really hard, Lord. I just wish you could give me some courage and some encouraging words here. I'm in my happy place. Kitties, kitties, kitties. Kitty, kitty. I love you. I love kitties. Woosah. I'm trying to love the people. I'm trying, Lord.
Hello again, Fancy. It's good to see you. I know you're doing wonderfully with your program and fighting crime. Keep up the good work and try to have some faith. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Idaho and make sure they're doing things right by Brian Koberger. Remember, children, vengeance is mine, not yours, Idaho. FBI? We'll be talking soon. God bless, Fancy. Take care, dear.
Breaking news. Tonight, on the Koberger case, we found out that eyewitness reports made by DM and BF were not what was declared in the probable cause affidavit. We're going to get to the bottom of this. What is going on in Idaho? I'm Fancy Grace. Thank you for joining us tonight. Before we begin tonight's program, I wanted to give a special thank you to all of you that joined us for our last program on forensics evidence collection. Mr. Chris McDonough from the interview room, a frequent guest of Nancy's, has sent over a clip for us to sum up last week's project we did on DNA and forensics collection. Thank you, Mr. Chris McDonough from the interview room, featured here on YouTube, for sending us this very educational clip.
I've been on that chair, on that stand so many times. And the first thing the defense attorney says, they go through your training experience, yada, yada. But then they get to this point where, what are you doing here in this picture? Can you tell the jury what you're doing? Yeah, it appears that we were finding, it looked like it was a jacket. Okay. And then this one is, well, did you pick it up? Yeah. Can you tell us the proper protocol for handling evidence? Right? Can you tell us the proper protocol? Detective, officer. Were you trained in the academy and they go through this whole thing and they hammer them? Well, yeah. Well, isn't it true? You really shouldn't have touched that. If you felt it was suspicious, you did feel it was suspicious, right? Well, not really. Well, why'd you put your gloves on? Do you see where this can go? It could be a field day with these two guys. Because what they want to do is just paint a picture of sloppy police work, right? We'll see what happens. I'm a director at the Cold Case Foundation, director over criminal investigations and law enforcement relationships. We train homicide investigators around the United States. I'm going to use this in a training class one day. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, I guess it's not just pro burgers. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonough.
Oh my. It's a granny potato. Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think that any government officials should be breaking rules and looking into our private actions. I don't care what they are. It's just not right. You don't need to treat Americans like that. You should not be looking at our DNAs or anything like that. I don't even like the following us on cameras. I don't. We need to put a stop to this, people. This is too much, even for an old potato like me. Lovely to see you again, Fancy. You're my favorite crime reporter. I love you. You're that cutie kitty. Mwah. Bye, girl. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Granny Potato. Good to see you, dear. And I will give Cutie Kitty your best because I spoke to Kitty and he's going to be on the program tonight. All right, honey. Let's get back to this Koberger case and Miss Ashley Jennings and what she had to say about her change of witness report.
There are 2 references to not remembering. A couple of days later, there's the 3rd interview, and there's references to not remembering, being drunk, a statement, I don't know any of it. Like half this stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. That's at page 399. At page 406, I don't know if this was real or in my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard, someone was crying in the bathroom. These are definite statements that were not given to the magistrate and in fact were brushed over. And credibility is really, really important when that person is relied on in the investigation.
And let's hear what Ashley Shush Jennings has to say in reply to the accusations that Dylan's statement was not given to the judge that issued the warrant. Therefore, she didn't really have a real idea of the actual statements made. Let's hear it.
The person was a slim, skinny, lean build. And the person was taller than she is around 5'8". That's what's important. It was that general description. And that general description did not change.
It's also important to establish the timeline.
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when the timeline matched the vehicle surveillance of when a suspect vehicle is coming into the area of 1122 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period.
In all my years as a cousin to a former prosecutor in another dimension, I never thought I would hear that surviving roommates were texting.
Was real, a magistrate should know about it. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real, and we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning.
I don't know about any of you, but I feel like I'm having a little deja vu to another trial that was just crazy.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, whatever it was about. No, I did not. All right.
Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support this idea that this didn't really happen, that somehow we got it wrong.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
They absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that.
Evidence, though, and based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true.
Mr. Depp, an idiot in your deposition. Why? Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you.
She saw was real. The answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. The answer is investigators knew what she saw was real. The answer is
my dog stepped on a bee
Objection, relevance.
My dog stepped on a bee.
Objection, relevance.
That is some crazy deja vu. Now, on to something better. Guess who's my next panel guest? Where are you? Come on, guest.
Hey, Fancy, it's me, Cutie Kitty. I got out of the Moscow Police Department like you told me, and I'm waiting to hear back for my second interview for the Ada County Jail, so I can check on Brian, see if they're feeding him, okay? All right, I love you, Fancy. Meow.
Well, cutie kitty, darling, I'm going to need you to do me just another favor, please. I'm a little concerned for the surviving roommates, Dylan and Bethany. I'm a little concerned because I hope that Dylan knows that if she was on some kind of drug, that's okay. We're not going to tear you apart over that. Everybody's lived. She's a college student. She's gonna do some things and drink too much alcohol, and that's okay. Now, as long as she can explain the rest, I don't have, I just want her to know we're not going to pick on her about little things. I mean, I just want to make sure that those police weren't really like pressuring them or something, maybe to say things that they didn't want to say, and that they know that little kids can do this. You can do this too. I've seen children testify against their own parent for unaliving the other one. It will make you stronger, and you can do it for your friends. All right, girls. But maybe you could just check on them, cute kids. Just maybe get them that message from Fancy Grace that I will be nice if they need me to call. Okay, love you.
Yeah, Fancy, I can definitely go check on Dylan and Bethany and make sure that they're okay, because if they're feeling scared of the police, that's not good. Hopefully, everything is okay, but I'll swing by and I'll check on Tim. I can stay in guard if they need me. Okay, Fancy, love you, bye.
Hey, Dylan, what did you see? Was it a man or a ninja? Was his face covered? Was he all in black? Was he running around or was he little man? Up and down the stairs, I don't know, but the dog was barking there. Did you call 911? No, that's right, you didn't. What's up with that? Is this what you saw, Dylan? Were you on something?
Well, thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you to the panel guests, and thank you most of all to all my new subscribers, because you will be able to attend the lives when I start doing that. I'm getting brave. But everyone, I truly do appreciate it. Anytime that you could hit the like button, it helps so that your program gets to be shown on more of the screens for recommended shows. So if you could do that for me, since I'm entertaining, it would be awesome. And it's free. Anyway, I'm going to be leaving Moscow now because I was here visiting Cutie Kitty for a minute, and it's time for me to go. But before I skedaddle, because I feel all the eyeballs of Moscow on me, I want to tell you that I've included an exclusive. I've never seen anybody else play this before except for the provider, which is a dear friend of mine in my head. She's my good friend, Heather McDonald. You may know her from Chelsea lately. You may know her for her gorgeous looks. She is in White Chicks. And
a scene. She is a comedian. She is an actress. She's a mother. She is a good person. And she has her own very successful podcast here on the YouTube called Juicy Scoop. And I am a Juicy Scooper for years now. Love you, Heather. Anyway, she and her friend Chris Frangiola, another comedian, hilarious. She's got a firsthand tale that I have held on to from January 2023, right after this horrific event occurred. Heather was at a Thanksgiving party with someone that was the mother of a friend of Bethany. Yes, it's a little removed, but listen to the story. It is worth it. You all take care. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I'm Fancy Grace, and until next time, lock them doors and watch everyone. Okay. I may or may not have been dreaming or awake or drunk or remember or don't remember, but someone was running up and down some stairs and dogs barked for 25 minutes and a ninja was in the hallway that was only 5'8" or to 10. And I don't know any more than that, but I let the police bully me, and I'm ready to stand up. I'm ready. And I couldn't even, they showed me this picture. They tried to make me say it was wrong. But I told them, I don't even know. I was drunk. I mean, what the hell do y'all want from me? You made me be quiet for 2 years, and you're the assholes, not me. But I do know how to absorb and clean up messes kind of well. Maybe. I don't know. Fancy? What's your name? Yeah. I may or may not have seen a naked man running out of this house. I refuse to talk. I'm frozen. Shuck face.
During Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Right after Thanksgiving, the Friday after Thanksgiving, I went to a party at my friend's house out in Westlake. And of course, we were talking about this crime. And this woman there goes, her daughter, who went to Calabasas or Westlake, whatever, her really good friend who's home for the weekend is an Idaho student. And she knows one of the survivors.
Yeah.
And the mom says, the girl saw him.
Right.
And she says to me, Heather, you cannot say this on your show. It was an open investigation. And this was the first I heard of it. And I was like, okay, wait, tell me what you, and she said that she saw his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how? Yeah. How? And when that one happened, then she hid under the bed. And I'm like, oh, then why didn't she call, in the morning, what has happened? And the thing I said back then was so she's like, I think it's weird. Like some people were like, is there something that now we know this girl is, was not involved at all or anything, two girls. But she's like, what is that? And the first thing I said was, all I can think about is that these kids are trained from 5 years old on about active shooters, and you're supposed to stay quiet, play dead. So if she did see something.
Right. So she was under the impression when she sees this guy walking through the house.
Her name's Dylan.
Dylan. Okay.
Yeah.
When she sees this guy walking through the house at the time, she thought, oh, this guy's a murderer. Or here's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this college house, whatever, could be I don't know. There's 6 of us here. Maybe somebody's hooking up with this guy and he's leaving at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever. That's what I was under the impression, what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying she hid under the bed because she was scared that he was.
Now, I don't know if the hide under the bed is the thing. Because I'm like, now listen, I'm hearing it. The girl came and told this mom and her friend this. This mom told me. So it is a couple times removed.
Yeah.
But in talking about it, I did not share with my listeners this part because I was like, I had not seen it on TikTok. I had not seen it anywhere.
Right.
So I'm like, this is, and I felt really badly for these 2 survivors, whatever the case might be. And I always think people are always so critical of how you're supposed to react in this situation.
Right.
And I thought, did she think something was weird? Could she have been still really drunk? Did do some drugs and she was scared. And again, being quiet and silent. And in being quiet and silent and being freaked out, did she in fact fall asleep, fall back to sleep?
Right.
Then wake up and be like, okay, because one of the things she said in her affidavit and stuff, which is now public record, is like that she said, I heard something upstairs or whatever, heard something from the roommates. And then someone's like, no, I'm going to help you or something. And then saw him come down, but I'm under the understanding that maybe he didn't see her, or if he did see her, he realized that at that point the dog was barking. According to witnesses, the dog was barking, and the timeline of everything seems like they were killed around 4 something a.m.
Right.
That he would have killed her, which is a really weird, scary thing. Or, his plan was only to kill the one girl, and the other one was in the room, and then the other 2 woke up. But I don't know. Like, we'll soon. Who knows what? Because I don't. But he. I think so. Then I think what happened is then the girl, because there's such a weird thing about the 911 call. So the 911 call was initially someone's collapsed. And they're like, someone's collapsed. 4 people are bloody murder. What is this call? What I think happened is she wakes up.
And it was 8
at
hours
11.
later, right?
She wakes up at 11 or whatever, and now calls a male friend and was like, can you come over here? Because something really weird happened last night. Can you come here? And I think in between him getting there is when she did go upstairs.
Yeah.
May have seen something, ran out to the front and had like collapsed. And then he calls 911 when he finds her.
Is that what happened?
That's what everything I put together, and this is just my opinion, I think may explain the person collapsing original 911 call and maybe what happened in that she never did go up there and investigate for exactly the reason.
They know
and
who made the 911 call?
Again,
isn't that easy to track?
No, I think it might have been her phone, but it might have been with him. I know that part I'm not sure on, and I'm not, but I think, and so, the survivor guilt and everything, not that she could have saved them.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that she was silent is probably the only thing that kept her alive, because if this guy killed 4 people, what's from him killing 2 more?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just so. But I think you're right. Like, I think a lot of it was a party house. Was this somebody hooked up? Was this someone that I know? He's wearing a mask. Like, we've seen everywhere and wear masks for 3 years. It wasn't a ski mask.
It was a mask, like a mask.
It was
for
like a COVID mask.
Yeah, right.
But she did say the bushy eyebrows.
Yeah.
And he has bushy eyebrows.
Right.
And that's what she saw.
Wow.
And if he had known that she identified him, which is why I didn't share it on my show and why they really wanted it to be quiet, she could have very much been a target while he's going around in his white car and wearing gloves at grocery stores.
Right.
So they had to keep a lot of stuff quiet. And I think they did, try to keep as much. And then the one awful thing is there was some psychic on there. There was one psychic that predicted a lot of stuff about the actual killer, which was amazing. There was this other psychic that was saying it's this female professor. And that female professor has since sued this woman.
Oh, really?
She had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But somehow she built a TikTok case that it's this female professor that did it.
She's suing the psychic.
Yes. On
You're gonna run me out of town? Not just trying to interview some people on a case? Really? Bill Thompson? We'll see about that. Wait till I get to Cutie Kitty. And who's that? Somebody behind me. Oh, mother, he blinking his lights? Oh, no. Cutie Kitty. I'm coming. What's wrong with this place? Go faster, car. Damn rental. Wish I had my vehicle. Lift him in the dust. Oh, God, I'm trying to get away from Moscow. But who's in the... Somebody back there? Oh, let me get my pew-pew. Oh, come on out. I got my pee-pee by the urine table now. You're the one in Dylan's bathroom. Where are you running up and down the stairs? Who are you? You're busted.
That was funny. That was funny. Oh my God. So I wonder if that's where the story come from about somebody falling out, about one of the roommates falling out or passing out. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you go to Moscow and don't have a demon in your back seat. It would all make perfect sense. Hang on, y'all, 1 second.
What?
Okay, y'all, I'm fixing to get off from here. It's like 4:21 in the morning. Anyways, I will probably, I don't know if I'll do a live tomorrow or, I mean, today, whatever, later on today or tomorrow. But anyways, okay. I love y'all. Bye.